God! Oh my God!
Décollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be exciting and clear, correct?
Thanks. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome into Countdown to Launch today, just hopefully a couple days before Flight 9 of Starship. I'm Gene Rowley for NSF, and we've got a great crew today to talk about what we have on the way to this launch. I'm joined today by Alex. Alex, how are you today?
Well, once again on a live stream, I guess. Trying
Busy.
to go through all of the different live streams, I guess. Flame Trench, 2 rollouts, and now Countdown to Launch. But yeah, I mean, so many things going on, right? Like, wow. We're like 2 days, 3 days, I don't know, some amount of time from launch. You have the countdown on the top left. I should probably look
We
at
have NOTAMs and not Mars and all kinds of regulatory things, and we'll talk about all of that on this Countdown to Launch. Also joining us today is Jack Byard. Jack, how are you?
I am excellent, Gene. We are getting closer and closer to launch, and that means the hype is building, and I'm very excited. This is a big deal launch. If people out there watching don't already know, this is a big deal launch. So there's a corresponding amount of excitement and a corresponding amount of stress.
This is a big deal launch. It's a great way to put it. If you've been watching Starbase Live, as I know you have been, and also the rollout streams, you know Booster 14-2 is on Pad A. It's at Tower 1. And earlier today, we just saw Ship 35 very quickly roll out from Mega Bay 2 toward the launch site. And Alex, you were on that stream with Chris B earlier. Was it faster than normal? Did that rollout look faster than normal?
It seemed fast. I wouldn't say faster than normal because I don't have all the data in front of me, right? But it did seem fast. It was like within the launch site complex within like 45 minutes or so of heading in onto Highway 4. So yeah.
We have a whole lot of people in the background. I want to thank Kevin, who's pushing buttons in the control room. Also, Jay was operating the stream earlier. And out in the field right now is Gage and Dee. They are out there bringing you these shots from all over Starbase. You can see Ship 35 right there on your screen is in between the loving arms of the chopsticks. And as Alex said earlier, the old school chopsticks. We're expecting to see this thing hopefully go up in the next hour. And everybody knows what that means. That means we may reveal the patch. So stay right where you are. And thank you guys all for joining us here on this Countdown to Launch. Be sure to get your questions in at NASASpaceflight, and we will get to as many of them as we possibly can. I can't get to all of them, but we will get to as many as we possibly can in the time we have. And let's just start off by thanking some folks that were really, really here early. They were here an hour ago, a couple hours ago. Let's say, Renee, thank you for becoming a launch director. Like 90 minutes ago on this stream, they were waiting. Isn't that crazy? 90 minutes ago, I think I was watching the roll of Ship 35, and they were waiting for Countdown to Launch. Roseboy, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Joris, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. And again, Capcom members and above, you get the access to our Discord. Talk with us in the back channel. There's a whole ton of information on the member Discord. And then recently, Drew Nar, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Your generosity does not go unnoticed. Thank you very, very much. So, guys, as Jack said, this is a huge make or break. Very stressful launch for a lot of people at SpaceX and a lot of people at NSF. We all watched Flight 7. We all watched Flight 8. And now we've all been watching, Alex, I'm going to come to you first. We've been watching what's going on with Ship 35 in preparation for Flight 9, and there's a lot of things we can check off the list from a regulatory standpoint, but I want to go in and talk about those changes, not specifically, but broadly, from Flight 8 and what happened there and this flight. Can you take us through some of those changes? I know SpaceX put out a list of, they say, what did they say? Hang on, I wrote it down. They said a list of whatever changes, technological improvements. They've done so much to this ship that's different.
Yeah, so for what happened on Flight 8, they don't go a lot in detail. So essentially what they say that happened on Flight 8, they said the most probable root cause for the loss of Starship was identified as a hardware failure in one of the upper stage's center Raptor engines that resulted in the inadvertent propellant mixing and ignition. Extensive ground testing has taken place since the flight test to better understand the failure, including more than 100 long-duration Raptor firings at SpaceX McGregor test facility, which we've seen thanks to our own live stream there. And so to address the issue on upcoming flights, engines on the Starship's upper stage will receive additional preload on key joints, a new nitrogen purge system, and improvements to the propellant drain system. Future upgrades to Starship will introduce the Raptor 3 engine, which will include additional reliability improvements to address the failure mechanism. So they don't go into detail like what exactly failed, but it seems like, you know, when we discussed this on Friday, I said, oh, well, it sounds like, you know, it might have been some kind of random thing. But then, you know, thinking about it over the next day or so, I thought, well, if it had been something random, you know, they did over 100 long duration firing tests at McGregor trying to find that failure. So maybe it was not as random. Probably like maybe it was like a very specific configuration that occurred on that flight, and so it was, you know, very specific. But again, they don't specifically say what is that they're changing. Other than, you know, those additional preload on key joints, a new nitrogen purge system, and some improvements to the propellant drain system. So other than that, they don't go too much into details. Now, for Flight 9, there's a bunch of things that they are trying to redo because they never got to do it on Flight 7 and 8. Especially, for example, the thermal protection system with the new heat shield tiles. They still have stripped down some of the tiles from the ship. This time around, what they've been doing is it's like an A/B test, so to speak. One half of the ship is missing a few tiles, right, in certain spots, but then the other half of the ship is not missing those tiles. So they're going to be able to A/B test during re-entry, see how's the damage on one side of the ship and how's the damage on the other, where there's a complete heat shield. So that's going to be really interesting to see what they gather from that. They also have a more complete side, like, you know, those edges and sides of the vehicle. Past flights on Ship 33 and Ship 34, there were like a few spots where they had ablative material. Now the entirety of the side of the ship has ablative material. They also have a tapered edge as well between the heat shield side and the leeward side.
That tapered edge looks really nice, by the way.
Exactly, yeah. Because on Ship 33 and 34, it was just on certain parts of the sides, but now it's the entirety of the sides. So there's a lot of these things that they never got to test on Flight 7 and 8 because they never got anywhere close to reentry. I guess it did get to reentry, but in multiple pieces. That doesn't count.
Can I back you up a second? I just want to know, like, the thing about the preload in the statement from SpaceX. What is preload on the engines? Does that mean when they install the plumbing, like they pre-stress it or tension it, or is that preload like they do extra engine chill, like they load more nitrogen before preload? Like, I don't. Do we know what that preload is?
I
it
have
like rebar
no
where
idea.
they stress it first and then pour the concrete, or is it just more engine chill? I'm curious what the preload is. Anyways, I'll shut up.
Alex, I think that was a question to you. Was that an actual question? Because I don't.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I don't have any idea. Like, I'm not an engineer or anything, so I'm not fully sure about what it means about the preload or anything. I mean, maybe some people in chat may able to suggest some things, I guess.
Yeah, if
Some
they know,
people saying,
I'd be
a way
curious.
of reinforcing bolted joints and things like that. But that's sort of what we were talking about on the flame trench, and some other people were like, well, maybe it's not as simple as that. It's maybe some different stuff, and it's like, hey, then I have no idea. I'm not an engineer, so I don't really follow this sort of jargon.
Jack, I was going to come to you after Alex gave us kind of a quick rundown of some of the changes that they've made from Flight 8 to the ship on Flight 9. You're out there every day. I mean, you're all over Starbase with your cameras, and you're talking to people on the side of the road. What is your general vibe on this flight? Like, we're all very optimistic about SpaceX's ability to launch, separate, keep going. And the last two flights have not done that, let's just say. What is the vibe in Starbase with you being out there every day on Flight 9?
Yeah, I have to caveat my response to you with the fact that you may notice that I'm in Los Angeles. This is my apartment. I did not expect to be here right now, but prior commitment means that I won't be in Starbase for Flight 9 more than likely. So I am out there a lot, but I'm not out there right now. The team is absolutely firing on all cylinders, without me. That said, yeah, the vibe is. I mean, it's like I said at the start. You know, it's a big deal launch. This is an important one, and yeah, if Ship 35 has issues and doesn't make it to reentry or what have you, yes, it'll be not great. It won't be the end of the world. You know, it's not like Chicken Little. The sky's falling, but it won't be a good look, and we all know that as rocket fans, and we also know. That SpaceX is taking this very seriously. That's why we've seen them test so much, especially with Ship 35 ahead of this roll. So I think in short, it's a matter of everybody wants to see this flight succeed. I think everyone's generally, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I feel like the vibe in general is optimistic, hopeful, and a little bit nervous. But I'm confident, and I think hopefully they are confident as well that. This launch is going to go much better than 7 and 8.
And we all hope that as well. And we all know the flight profile is going to be much different than 7 and 8 for the booster especially. And Alex, I'm going to come back to you and talk about some of the changes they made to this booster, because one of the things that I was reading in the difference in Flight 9 is the hot stage ring has been modified so that the exhaust from the ship during separation actually pushes it in a specific direction. And I've been, like you guys, I've been watching this a long time. And I was stunned. I was like, wait a minute. SpaceX engineers, like, nowhere in engineering do you want to randomly do anything. But apparently, all of the boosters were randomly pushed toward one direction or another during the boost back burn. That is very surprising to me. Except on this one, they've modified the hot stage ring, right?
Yeah, there's a part of the hot staging ring that is blocked. It's not a huge portion, but it's enough to create a differential there in the push from the ship's own exhaust, and so that'll make the booster flip in a well-known direction. And as they say, when you have a random direction, you need to have propellant reserves for an unexpected direction, like one where maybe the booster is pushed up and now it needs to get push the other way with its own engines, and so you need a little bit more of that propellant from the own booster. But if you are able to direct it in a controlled manner, right? There we can see that little patch there. It's on the tower side of the booster. And so if you can control where it's going to be flipping, then you can know ahead of time how much propellant you need, and therefore you don't need to reserve any margins, because it's going to be like, yeah, well, I already know where it's going to go. I don't need any margins in some hypothetical, because it's not random anymore. It's in a well-known orientation, so I know it's going to be going this way, and this is how much propellant I'm going to need for the booster to reorient itself and everything after that flip. So
yeah, it's like they previously just told the booster software-wise, like, just get home. Just random way, just figure it out and get home. And now they're like, all right, maybe we optimize this a little bit, and then we don't have to save so much fuel.
And the crazy thing is, it did. It was just like, oh, today we're going this way. Tomorrow we're going that way. And I was just, the word random really threw me when you're reading the thing. It was like, yeah, just pushed it in a random direction. And the onboard flight computers were like, oh, okay, no problem. And then and then the computer had to then orient itself toward the tower, come in for a landing, and so on and so on. Speaking of landing, Jack, this is going to be different. Of course, everybody knows now they're not going for a catch for the booster for 14-2, but they are going to be doing lots of experiments on its reentry, talking about the trajectory, talking about the specific engine out experiments they're doing, and then of course as they call it, I'm making air fingers quotes for everybody, the hard splashdown expected. So talk us through some of what they're going to do with this booster.
Well, so the thing that I guess personally I'm most excited for is the sort of the entry testing. So if you think of the booster as not just a rocket that goes up, but also a rocket that comes down, because it does, one of the ways you can optimize the amount of fuel that you need for landing is by coming in more sideways with the booster. Like if the booster comes in straight down through the atmosphere, there's not a lot of cross section there, and so there's not a lot of air resistance, and so you need to use more of your fuel to slow down. If the booster comes in almost like, let's say, belly flopping like the ship, that's part of the reason why the ship does that. It can scrub off more of its velocity using aerodynamic drag, and that way they can save a little bit of, or they can use a little bit less fuel in order to do the landing burn. So that I'm very excited for, in part because, again, it's more optimizations, but also if the booster hits the atmosphere at a high angle of attack and goes pop, that's going to look really cool on camera. So that's definitely really cool. The engine out stuff, I think they're going to shut down one of the center 3 engines during landing and try and compensate with one of the middle ring of engines. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're correct.
So a lot of interesting stuff happening with the booster. You know, when the rumors were flying about no catch, and then when the FAA responded to our or gave us a statement, you know, responded to Adrian, and said, yeah, talk to SpaceX, and you know, the space internet that the circles I frequent, a lot of people were like, I don't get this. It seems like a waste. Why would they do this? Well, now we know. They need to get all of the data they can out of these, what are essentially already obsolete boosters, in order to inform how they're going to build the next set. And so that's why these tests are so important. That's why they're so exciting. A, because it might result in a boom, a very large boom, very high up in the air, which would be cool. And B, because whatever they learn, of course, will be super important for the next generation of boosters, which they're already in work on right now.
Now, a boom up in the air would be cool, let's be honest, okay? But more data, more better. I would rather them get through the entire flight profile. Right. And Banana sent in a question at NASASpaceflight, is B-14-2 going to be dropped into the Gulf from chopstick height? I think the current answer is yes. Isn't that the plan, Jack?
Yeah, it's... Alex, what was the height that they're going to try and do the simulated landing at? Like 200 feet or something like that?
No idea. Like the specific height, they don't say, but they do say the booster will then transition to only 2 center engines for the end of the landing burn, with shutdown occurring while still above the Gulf, and the vehicle expected to make a hard splashdown. So it's not going to be, you know, when they did the splashdown with Booster 11 or the offshore divert with Booster 13, right, where it sort of came softly to the ocean and everything. This one, it seems like it'll shut down while still being well above the water, and then it'll be dropping, it'll be a hard splashdown. I will say, though, we've been sort of discussing about the different, potential alternative landing profiles for the booster for a long time. I don't know, Jack, if you remember, or Gene, some of our conversations, especially on the stakeout streams, which are very long, right? But they do lead to very interesting conversations, and some of them were precisely about, I wonder if they could use one of the center ring of engines, right? That center ring of 10 engines as a backup if one of the center engines doesn't work or something like that, right? And now that's exactly what they're going to be trying out. So I think that's really interesting, really neat for them to try out and figure out if, the more alternative ways to ensure a successful booster landing. I think that's, the better the more data, more better, I guess.
Yeah. And
sorry,
and
Jack,
take that conversation.
Don't steal my bit.
He's not wearing an orange shirt. He's fine. If you take that conversation to the next level, because what we're talking about here is this is an asymmetric thrust test. Basically, they're going to have an engine out on the center 3, see what they can do with one of the 10 ring. But couldn't they use 3 of the 10 ring if all 3 centers went out? Because those 10 gimbal too. I don't like. There's
but not
so
as much.
That's
the problem.
Yeah.
That's the question: is how much data? Like, how far are they going to be pushing these vehicles? A lot of questions coming in about Block 3 boosters, Block 3 ships, etc. I want to see that. I want to stay alive long enough to see that final iteration of this program and see what tests they do.
Right.
You can't glide a rocket. So I want to see them try something, right?
It's one of the fun things about the Starship program is if you're watching this from the day-to-day or even monthly, or you tune in when there's another launch, it can seem not routine, but you sort of get a feel for where things are. this is still just early days. This is still just prototypes. I mean, we're only on Flight 9, and these are, again, functionally obsolete vehicles. They are already working on the next set of vehicles that are completely different in design. So we get to see them do all that weird testing, and the design is going to change, and potentially, I hate to say it, may get uglier. I mean, when they stretch the ship, when they stretch the booster, when they, if they ever do the thing where they don't have 4 grid fins and they have 3 instead. I think one of the renders and like the stretched booster design in one of the Elon talk slides, like it had 3 grid fins, and one of the grid fins was like a little baby one, or maybe that was a Tim tour where he talked about like if you like the way it's so cursed. If you like the way Starship looks right now, don't get married to it, because the whole program is constantly in flux, and that's part of why it's so fun, right? We get to watch all of this wacky testing take place before our eyes.
I mean, I know I always make the same reference to Falcon because, but it's the other rocket program that SpaceX has had, right? Like, it's impossible to not reference that and compare, Starship with Falcon and everything. But Falcon 9 also, underwent many aesthetic changes, I guess. Like, the initial version with a tic-tac-toe engine configuration and everything, and it was a little bit more stubby and everything than the current one. It was stretched and everything. They added those weird legs, because at the beginning it sort of looked weird with a with a cylindrical shape and everything. And then they went to Block 5 with the black interstage, the raceways and everything, and it felt weird.
I remember when Block 5 Falcon 9 happened, and I remember being like, I don't know how I feel about the black interstage. And then it grows on you, and I look back in time, and I look at photos that I've taken, or, historical photos of Falcon 9 that's all white, and I'm just like, that looks wrong. Like, it's so funny
it looks wrong,
how the iterations, like, at first it's new and looks wrong, and then over time, it becomes normal. And we'll have that same experience with Starship. I know I already have. Like, we've experienced it already with Block 2 ship, with the new forward flaps. And thankfully, it doesn't look as bad as we feared for essentially years, because we knew that forward flap change was coming forever. But
I feel like
who knows what this thing's going to look like in 5 or 10 years, when, as you said, Gene, they reach that like final form.
Yeah. I feel like you guys would be walking through the factory telling everybody to make it more pointy, right? Because sexy ships are fun to look at, let's be honest. But are they functional? I would rather have an ugly functional rocket than a sexy one that runs every time you fly it. So that's just me speaking. I think it looks great, but I want to see the end of it. I want to see the Mars and Beyond version. Let's get back to talking about this launch, because it looks like the chopsticks are closed. And Alex, you said earlier on the rollout stream, there was a question about lifting pins versus the catch hardware, and it does look like they're using the lifting pins.
Yeah, the regular ones that they were doing previously. And,
we'd all hoped, but they're going to do it the old-fashioned way. So once this is stacked, we're gonna skip past all the merch questions, because you guys are asking. By the way, has anybody noticed this sexy coffee mug I've been sipping from? Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Just having fun with it. Hey, dude on camera, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
Nicholas has a question prior to launch, and this is definitely an Alex question. Do you think, this is from Nicholas, at NASASpaceflight, do you think there will be a wet dress for this one? Given the testing for the booster, reflight 29 reflown engines, the testing and the issues they've had with the ship, I'm making air fingers quotes, with the ship, is it prudent for them to do a wet dress rehearsal?
We don't expect a wet dress rehearsal, mainly because of the timelines. When they scheduled this launch on the day after Memorial Day, they sort of sealed their fate, I guess, for no wet dress rehearsal, because they cannot close the beach during Memorial Day holiday and also the weekend beforehand. And so they can do rollouts, because that technically doesn't close the beach. Like, you can go to the beach before the rollout happens, and afterwards as well. It's just that if you try to go to or out of the beach during the rollout, you might be in a weird traffic jam, right? But you technically can stay at the beach. It's not going to get closed or anything, and so you just got to plan a little bit around it, but it's not closed. What they cannot do, of course, is precisely closing that beach. And a wet dress rehearsal will not only close the beach, also the road, and it will probably trigger an evacuation because they fully load the entire rocket. But you know when they also fully load the rocket? On a launch attempt, they fully load the rocket. And so they can use that as the wet dress rehearsal. And look, if the vehicles are not ready to go, they can just say, well, scrap, and we'll try again next time. That's what they did on Flight 8. Wasn't that big of a deal. Although, for me, it was because it was on a Thursday, and that's Twist writing day. But anyways.
I knew that was coming. I knew absolutely. I heard you start, like your voice started to drop and you trailed off just a little bit, and I was just like, okay, here we go. He's going to complain about twists. But I understand. It can be frustrating.
I was watching the rollout stream, and Gage had his truck right behind the Cameron County Sheriff, and a thought went through my mind, like, how crazy busy is Cameron County going to be with the beach just absolutely packed with people on Memorial Day, and the dunes crawling with people? How many times are they going to use that bullhorn to step away from the don't cross the line? Jack, I'm coming to you. You're out there more than most of us. I know you're not there now, but you're out there all the time. I've been out there on the launch, and there's always that one jackhole that walks up and steps over the line that gets yelled at. There's going to be 4,000 people on the beach this weekend. Tomorrow, specifically.
Yeah, it's Memorial Day, and South Padre Island and Boca Chica are absolutely like community spots where not just everybody in the local area, but everybody in Texas and elsewhere, like people flock to the area. It's a nice beach. It's a nice beach town. So it's going to be absolutely madness. You're not only going to have the Memorial Day traffic, but you're also going to have the launch traffic. Hopefully everybody is respectful. If you've never been to Starbase and you are visiting, stay on the opposite side of the road as the whatever facility you're at. So if you're at the production site, stay on the other side of the road as the production site. If you're at the launch site, stay on the other side of the road, or stay on the beach or on the other side of the fence. Just respect boundaries. If it was your house, you wouldn't want someone coming up on your, to your front door and standing right there with their phone, like peering through your peephole. Like, you can go and see the house. Just stay respectful distance. Hopefully people do respect that. Of course, it's going to be Memorial Day. There's going to be non-rocket fans out there who just happen to be enjoying the beach or fishing or what have you. And it's a holiday, so I'm sure there's going to be lots of adult beverages to be had. So I hope, wow, yeah, even already
Look
very
at that.
busy at South Padre.
Look at that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a busy weekend for law enforcement and for SpaceX security, I'm sure. But that's just how it goes when you build the world's largest rocket on a public beach in South Texas.
Yeah. And if you do, you said, please respect the boundaries. Cameron County is going to be busy enough with the people on the beach. They don't need you walking directly up to a rocket. You're going to get yelled at. Just be respectful. Guys, thank you for all the questions in chat. You guys have been awesome at NASASpaceflight. They're all coming in fast and loose, fast and hard. They're coming in fast, let me tell you. So let's get to some of these questions. We're going to kind of speed round these. Alex, I'll come to you first. I have no idea. Jake wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, what kind of explosives make up the FTS system? Seems like they would be exposed to significant challenges with the thermal differences.
Well,
the ones that go boom?
Yeah, but the explosives are enclosed on their own box, so, I mean, they probably will see some kind of thermal changes because of the fueling and everything. But I don't think it will be that big of a deal. They're also on the leeward side, but yeah.
What about for entry? Like they're going from... Go ahead.
They are right on the leeward side, like right on the center, so that, that side doesn't get the full, plasma effect. It does get, because the plasma goes around and is still sort of hot on the other side. So it gets a little bit of that radiation that, I don't know, second-hand radiation, if you will, from the plasma. And so it does get a little bit hot, but it's like right in the middle. So and it's also enclosed on its own box.
It's as far away as they can put it from the hot spot.
Exactly.
The question was specifically about the types. I'd be really interested to see, what do they use?
In my head, it's just C4 or some sort of plastic explosive of that nature. C4 is you might as well say Band-Aid or Kleenex. It's like a proprietary eponym.
Yeah.
I don't actually know the chemical makeup of what C4 actually is. I'm not that cool, but I think it's some sort of very stable plastic explosive that it has a high thermal range, obviously, so that they have margin there, and is very stable. So you could the sort of thing where you could hit C4 with a hammer, it doesn't detonate, but if you apply an electric charge or a blasting cap or whatever is necessary, I forget. Again, I'm not that cool. I wish I was. Then it will detonate. So it's some sort of thermally stable, very very inert, otherwise kept like plastic explosive.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I would love to know the exact details there.
The dudes used to carry it in their backpacks. I'm sure it's safe until it's unsafed, if you will.
Right.
And it's common to have on there. Okay. Let's see. Lots of patch questions. Lots of patch questions, guys. We're not going to leak anything. Just stay tuned. I decided we say that. It's a TV thing. Stay tuned.
Are we supposed to do it if they stack? It seems like
If
the
they
chopsticks
stack,
are
we need
around
them
the
to
ship,
lift.
right?
We need some guys in chat. We need some lift energy.
Yeah,
Tell them
lift,
to pick up the
lift,
ship. Let's
lift.
go.
The story team has been busting their tails on this one, and it's a really good one. So if they do lift and we do get to reveal it, I'm excited. So yeah,
I mean,
lift.
March 2700. When patch at NASASpaceflight. It's right there. Yeah, lift the ship, guys. Okay. Weather. Let's talk about weather real quick. Who wants to take this one? I'm just going to open the floor. Who wants to take weather?
Alex, go.
Alex does.
Me?
Okay, great
Oh,
job.
dear.
Thanks for stepping up, Alex. Appreciate that. Let's see. 2 days out. Where was the question again? Creative Bites, CB, thank you so much for this question. At NASA Spaceflight. I know we're 2 days out, but is the weather predicted to be okay for launch? I have actually been watching this. I kind of know the answer, but I want to know if Alex has been watching the weather.
I do remember from yesterday we had a very similar question, and we took a look at one of those weather charts and like looking, for example, at the winds, and there's like some share of the direction the wind is going is changing a little bit as the you go up in altitude. But it's also true that the winds themselves, like it's somewhere around 10 knots at the ground, and then it gets to 30 knots at very high levels, like around 10 kilometers or so. So it is true that 30 knots on the ground will be quite a wind for a rocket, but high up in the atmosphere at 10 kilometers, it's pretty much like nothing, right? So there's a bit of share, but also the wind, the strength itself doesn't seem like it'll be that much big of a deal. Now, what I'm really interested about is the cloud cover. And I explained this yesterday because it will not only be important for viewing the launch, but that booster, that thing, when it drops into the ocean, that's going to create quite a boom. Because, it's if it reaches the point of landing burn and then it shuts down over the water, then it's going to drop hard into the water, right? And so it's probably going to go boom. I really want to see that. And so if there's cloud cover or anything, oh dear God. Kevin.
Cube zoom?
Why?
Really? Cube
Why?
zoom?
Really?
We're really doing a cube zoom right now?
But yeah, if
Fancy.
there are clouds and everything, out there in the distance, we're not going to be able to see anything. I really want to see it.
Yeah, hopefully we can.
Cube soup.
I have no idea what this chart means, but it's really cool to look at. Hopefully the weather's good. It's supposed to be
winds.
good.
It's winds
It's all
and-
about
and wind-
winds. Yeah.
And wind shear.
Yeah. Great question.
Hopefully there's
we
not a
we
lot.
like weather questions. We also like thanking everybody who supports us, and it's all of you guys in chat sending us the questions, gifting Red Team memberships, becoming members yourselves. Bideford, thank you so much for being here, a name we all know. You're part of our family, and thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And by the way, guys,
Cube
if
zoom.
you keep doing the cube zoom, Kevin, Jack hates it. If you receive one of those Red Team memberships, be sure to say thank you in chat. Give them a thumbs up. It's all a family here. We're just a bunch of nerds that have the privilege of doing this. Yes, more cube zoom.
Stop it!
You can tell Kevin just woke up. He's like,
He's
"Don't
drunk
like the-
with power.
Don't like the cube zoom, do you, Jack? Do you? Okay. All
If
right,
I've
let's
learned
step away-
anything in working with NSF ever is if there's something you don't like, definitely tell the internet.
That's exactly right. Right.
Yeah, if that were methane, it will be. Anyways.
So let's step away from Flight 9. Let's ask some other questions real quick, because there was a great one come in, and we've all been anticipating this. It's government related. Everybody don't freak out. It has to do with our friend Jared Isaacman. And Jim wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, do we have any idea when Isaacman will finally be voted on? Jack, this is obviously a question for you because of the pointing from one Alex Romero. Do you have
ask
any
the
idea when
American.
this-
Not the European.
Yeah, no, I don't think we know. Hopefully that vote comes up soon. We've been seeing Jared,
Wait.
post occasional what?
You don't know?
I don't know.
No one
I'm
knows.
out of the loop.
It should be the next couple of weeks. They've already
then why'd
set
you
up
point
the...
at me, Alex? Then why did you
Oh,
point
because
at
you're
me,
the
Alex?
American.
Alex.
It was like, oh, I'm the European. I shouldn't be able to talk about this stuff because I'm
It's
I'm
space
not
news.
American.
So
It's
what I was
space
going
news.
to say before
Who will
Alex
blame me?
so rudely threw me under the bus and then decided that he had the right answer anyway is we've been seeing Jared post occasional, social media stuff where he's in DC going on a run or what have you, and it seems like that vote will be coming up soon in the next couple of weeks. We don't know exactly when, but hopefully soon because NASA needs a good leader to get us back to the moon and
Yeah.
to Mars. There, Alex. There, see?
Yeah.
Was that an appropriate answer for you?
So
Has-
the short answer, I guess, is that they put it out for vote already on the schedule for the Senate, but they closed this week because Memorial Day, I guess, and so it's not going to be until the first week of June, so like the following week, 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah. Is it only me, or have they been saying it's just a couple more weeks, many weeks now? It's like every time I ask the question, it's like, it's just a week or so away. I've asked the question like 6 times. It's been months and months and months. The speed of government.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gene, the one thing we all know about government is that it moves super fast.
Oh, yeah. It's super fast. That's sarcasm.
To be
We need a sarcasm
fair-
sound effect.
To be fair, let's acknowledge the fact that probably NASA is like way down the bottom on that list of priorities for any administration. I'm not just talking, not dissing or anything, but like any administration. If you look at the history, like Bill Nelson, for example, it was like during the May timeframe as well, and things like that. Jim Biden stuff was like a year and a half, and everything. Like NASA doesn't take huge priorities in any administration in general.
Yeah,
When it
unfortunate but
comes
true.
from
Also, I see people in chat wondering if I have the Flight 9 patch on my patch wall behind me. You don't have to zoom in. No, it's not there. You can't. Like, I wish it was. That would be a great little sneaky thing to do. Jeez, Gene.
I'm saving all my patches for my jacket.
That's
and
sick.
no, you can look very closely. I do not have a Flight 9 patch. That's not how they do
Am
things
I-
here.
Am I allowed to say something about our field team?
Maybe? Is it nice?
Yes,
It's related to
I'm
the
host.
patch. Anyways,
Oh,
I'm not gonna say it.
Shh. Yeah, don't. No. Shh. That's a secret. Can't say that. Oh my gosh, the back channel. Okay, let's get back to this. Come on, guys, lift the ship. Lift it.
Lift
Just-
it. We
come
want
on,
to reveal the
chopsticks.
patch.
Do your thing. All right, here's a question related to this flight. Professor Dr. Frozen, I probably said that wrong. At NASASpaceflight, what are your guesses? Success or another uncompleted
Tyler.
upper stage? There goes that. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. That's a good shot. I like that. Lift that ship, guys. All right, here we go. Going to go around the room. Alex, what do you think? How's Ship 35 going to fare?
I hate these
Where's my
questions
magic 8
because
ball?
I want it to succeed. Like I really want to see
Yeah.
the Seco, right? The planned Seco, and also the reentry. I'm really craving some plasma shots. Aren't you like that as well? Like, ever since Flight 6 in November, we have not seen those reentry shots. So I really want to see something like that. It's especially with the new cameras and avionics and everything that they've put on Block 2. I'm really looking forward to that. So I really want it to succeed. As to my guess, man, my brain is like, it's
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't be able to say my guess because I would probably jinx it. Like if I say it's gonna go perfect, it's just gonna at fullback or something. I don't know.
Jack, what does the magic 8 ball say? What do you think? Not that you're the magic 8 ball, but I know you have one. What do you think?
I mean, right
How is
here.
ship-
you
how is
just
ship-
rub my head, and then whatever the text appears is yeah.
How's Ship 35 going to go?
I hope it goes well. I think it has a high chance of getting through Seco. I'm sort of so if you think about version 1 ships and how they went, it took them a little bit to dial in entry. Like they had, we saw some burn through on the flaps, stuff like that. So I feel like they will get through Seco. I don't know that they'll get down to a soft splashdown in the water again. So I think I'm hoping that they make it through SECO and they get some reentry data. Honestly, as long as they make it through SECO, it's a huge success. But to be fair, like to be perfectly transparent, there's a non-zero chance that this ship blows up again before SECO.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, I don't want that to happen.
Why?
I don't want.
Go
I
on.
don't- you know, nobody wants a delay to the program, but it is entirely possible that it blows up again, and
Yeah.
we are not yet at the nadir of the bad times. Like we could still have more bad times in front of us. It's possible.
Is it Nadir?
Yeah, that.
I don't know.
What did I say?
But even in the bad times, they're collecting data. Let's remember, everything you see on your screen, except these two guys, are test flights. Everything is a test material. And I wanted to come back to you, basically to talk about what Jack was just. Oh, I'm here and I'm gone. Basically, what Jack was just talking about was the splashdown in the Indian Ocean. And I'm going to read a quote from SpaceX. A significant number of tiles have been removed from Starship to stress test vulnerable areas across the vehicle during re-entry. Multiple metallic tile options, including one with active cooling, will test alternative materials for protecting Starship during re-entry. Here's Gene's question. This is really one of the big questions. And you and Ryan and Jack and the rest of the NSF tech guys are the smartest people I know to answer this question. So I've set you up. Okay, I put you on a pedestal. Here you go.
Oh, boy.
SpaceX needs as much reentry data as possible. Do you think they're going to push the TPS to the very limits for all the future ships? And specifically, I want you to talk about the metal actively cooled tile.
As in, are they gonna keep doing all of this stuff for future ships, or like at some point they're gonna have like a complete clean heat shield?
Right, they're going to have to, because at some point they're going to just keep burning ships up on re-entry, testing tiles. They've got to say, this is the cutoff point, right? Is it the metallic? Is it the actively cooled? Like, where does that end? And like, what are your thoughts on this, again, it's a test flight. What are your thoughts on these specifically removing tiles from vulnerable areas, according to SpaceX?
I feel like it'll be when they have a better comprehensive outlook of like how the heat shield needs to be. Like, it seems to me that the way that they are doing all of these tests is, for example, when they talk about the, one of the tiles being actively cooled, multiple metal ones, right? Like, you have to think about, they're probably going to still use the same kind of tiles that we see right now, but there are portions of the ship where probably having another type of material or other type of cooling, right, might make a lot more sense, because that part is a little bit more sensible. Or, for example, on the flap joints or something like that, you may want something different. On the sides of the ship, you probably will want some metallic options so that it can survive the heat of the chopsticks, for example, when it is caught. So those certain things, for example, now being tried out is a good thing for them to be able to learn eventually how that final configuration of the heat shield will look. I don't think they're ever going to be happy with the configuration, though. Until they're actually being like at the point of like, we have no, like, we don't need to even touch this to be able to fly again. It's good to go. Let's go again, right? For that, we may see many other iterations of this heat shield, many other options, many other materials being used. And so I think we're going to see some clean ships fly already when we see the Block 3 ships flying, because they're going to have to do that. But at the same time, we're still probably going to see some of these experiments on certain ships here now. Probably just like we see Booster 14, right? Like, once they start catching these ships and they're able to refurbish them, maybe on their second, third flight of the first few ships that they recover, maybe they do some of those tests again, and they test missing tiles here, other options of materials and whatnot, and then they splash them down instead of catching them. Sort of like what we're seeing here now with Booster 14, where they're going to be doing all of these fancy, landing profile and entry profile and everything, and they don't want to risk the launch site for all that. So that's my take. I think we may see some of that, but we're probably going to see, you know, some mixing of experiments with full clean ships.
How sick, Jack? How sick is a fully tiled metal TPS ship going to look?
I mean, if that's what they go with, it's going to be really cool. I think even just the regular ceramic tiles already look really cool. And it is wild how many that they've pulled off, and how many little test tiles, and how many areas of the ship that they, I'm sure, have instrumented and have removed tiles from to see how does it fare. And if you have been paying close attention, when the Test Tank 17 or Booster 18.1, whatever you want to call it, test article, then it's a test article for the next version of the booster, rolled out to Massey's. It had these weird, I think, metal hexagonal tiles on the bottom dome. So you probably, you being SpaceX probably wants to test some sort of these metal tile configurations on a ship now, because if they're going to do that with a booster for the booster heat shield, you want more data before you start actually building that in earnest. But again, as we've talked about a few times on this stream, these are both halves of this system are still prototypes, and don't expect them to look like this forever. They're going to continue to change and evolve over time. And maybe we get to a point where the ship is all giant, shiny chrome again, and that they have some sort of metallic heat shield tile, and they move away from ceramic. Who knows? Maybe they figure ceramic out. They succeed where shuttle failed, and make it actually the case where they can replace them rapidly, and it's not a horrible thing. I mean, technology's come a long way, right? I would hope that a lot of that stuff can be automated or computerized, some sort of machine vision little drone Roomba thing that saddles up next to a ship after landing and uses lasers to check out all the tiles, and it's nope, replace that one, and you're good to launch. And it's just like a pre-flight and a thing, no different than replacing the brakes on a plane or something. But who knows? It's still early days.
Yeah, I don't know about after landing. I'd probably want a little spacecraft to fly around the ship and replace them after launch, to be honest, because I know you're walking around the dunes, you're like, oh, there's another one. Oh, there's a chunk of another one. It's like, I'm tired of tripping over this. So let's make Memorial Day a cleanup weekend, guys.
Yeah. That's a really fair point. It's one of those things where sometimes science fiction really gets it right. And in Star Wars, they have a little R2 or a little droid piggybacking along in the X-wing. That is actually a good use case. If every starship had a little baby drone thing that it could sort of spit out once you get into orbit, and it does a once around and checks out the ship. That's useful to me. And if you're a passenger on that ship, then you just have more confidence in the heat shield because your little drone pal checked it out.
Hello, everybody.
I was about to say, I think we've got somebody just chiming in from. Who is that? Is that Adrian?
That is maybe Adrian. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What are you doing? We're in the middle of CTL, bro. We're working here.
This is the stack, right? This is the stack is about to happen, right? So do you know what we're doing at NSF when the stack is about to happen?
What do we do? What do we do?
All the people in chat know. All the people in chat know what happens.
Before I tell you what we do, I think we have a video to watch here quickly. It's maybe a modified intro.
Wait. Don't we have a breaking announcement TDTD thing? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Kevin.
So
we have a video.
I think let's watch something here.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
It's orange!
Oh my god!
Decollage! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
I love
Oh,
the
hello.
video. That is awesome.
There we
That
go.
is
That patch at the
awesome.
end?
Hype.
I saw it. I saw it. Did you guys see it in chat? I saw it right there at the end. Were you paying attention?
Chat is flipping out. I see fire emojis.
Let me talk a bit
Ta-da!
about it here, because
Adrian.
it deserves some attention here. Here's our Flight 9 patch,
Wow.
of course, with the star here being booster fed 14-2, going for a second flight. The patch has released just now, and it is an amazing new design from Jack that has been published here with the beautiful blue colors here. I love that. It's, of course, featuring Booster 14 here. Patches are actually quite close to shipping. We expect them, of course, this is another pre-order, but I still want to point out they will potentially ship around mid to late June. The design is not only available in the limited amount patch, but is also available with stickers, shirts, hoodies, and mugs. And yeah, on the patch page, go ahead.
Kevin just updated your lower third to say the patch guy.
the voice of.
Apparently, I'm not doing that. And I also want to point something out here that I always found very, very cool, and that is that Jack does on the shop page. I will not I don't think we showed it here because I want you all to go to the shop page and look at that, because on the shop page, we have the design vision of Jack. So it's like a full page of his ideas, why he chooses certain design elements, what the colors are. And there's, by the way, the merch already around in our team here. Fun fact, they actually wore it a few days ago already. So if you had really, really good eyes, you could spot them going around Starbase and stuff, and wearing it. So it was around. And
yeah, one of the perks of being in Starbase for launch is you might have seen members of the team wearing the patch shirt already, and so you would already know what the patch looks like. Fun fact.
Yeah,
that's what we were yelling at Alex. Like,
that's what I was alluding to. I was like, "Oh, should I say it?"
And I hope everybody likes it. I honestly think it's a very, very cool design. I see people going bonkers in chat for it, and I already see the people trying to break Jay's lovely panel again. You know what we love to do here. Jay has a panel, and if we to get too many store orders with the patch, it tends to get laggy and break. And honestly, I will openly tell you this. My challenge here is to break Jay's panel. So if you could all help me do that, that would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
So thank you all.
Adrian doesn't win unless the panel breaks. So if you don't know what the panel is, when we say like, oh, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and your questions will pop up in some software we have running, that's the panel. We have a thing, we call it the panel, your questions show up in it, also the store messages show up in it. So if you all order enough stuff from the store, the panel will break, and then we get to yell at Jay in a friendly way, and that's fun. But Adrian, I don't want to steal the wheel from you, but I don't know how you guys, the store team, has gotten this done so quickly. Like it's always a huge long process, and I'm in the messaging channels where the patch design happens, and every now and then all I do is I show up and I'm like, what if it's like this? And then I leave, and everyone else is doing this super hard work. Jacques, you, Das, like we care so much about these patches. They're not just like crappy little things. They're really painstakingly designed, and there's a lot of back and forth, and they're no different than a patch that you would get from a launch provider. Like, they're very, very high quality. We take them seriously, and we hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, everybody,
guys, there's
everybody
no way I'm going to be able to thank everybody.
We patches incredibly serious. Like, that is that
stinger.
We want to be proud of our patches. Like, our goal is, if I show them here, if I tell you here, we have a patch, this patch should be cool, this patch should be amazing, and it's something we are proud of, we love to show you, and it's something to celebrate the upcoming flight and the upcoming action. And I have some monitoring here to do soon, because I want to make sure that the store keeps healthy while this all happens. But I want to thank everybody here that is already supporting it. I see tons of people already like ordering it. And again, let's break this panel. # break this panel.
I'm gonna have to do the live stream like this, because I'm gonna be covered in the.
Yeah, you're gonna be covered in them. There are so many. I'm looking at the panel over here. There's so many flashing by. I just pre-ordered my tier. Remember, they ship, probably mid to late June. Get out there and pre-order it. That patch is absolutely beautiful, Adrian. Well done to the entire team.
And if you like our coverage, if you like when we have a whole bunch of team members out there in the field busting their butts to get you guys awesome content, and I'm sorry I abdicated on that this time, but I just had to. But if you like the hard work from everybody, the giant cast of hundreds that it takes to make this machine work, getting the patch and getting something cool for yourself, but also supporting us is huge, because we want to do all the cool things. And it's just a matter of, however much support we can get is however much cool stuff we can do. So keep it coming, and we'll keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I'm supposed to thank every single one of these people, and I'm going to, I promise this is going to be a massive speed run, or Chris B is going to yell at me in the background. He's going to yell at me. So let's, before we launch the patch, which is absolutely beautiful, get out there and get it. I mean, there's a running total over here on this side. Bacon Warrior 750 gifted 5 red team memberships. We can't forget the other ways that you can support us here at NSF. Not only at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Ninja Decimator, and I'm supposed to do this, pew, 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 like with gusto. Yeah. Yep. Thank you for that. $5 super chat. Appreciate it. What about dissolve transition, Jack, instead of the cube transition? Do you like dissolve better than...
No. No, I want a hard cut. Just give me a hard cut.
Hard cut.
I don't need to be looking at a hard cut. Yeah. I don't need a transition. All I want is the thing I'm looking at. I don't want to look at the thing that's getting me from point A to point B. I just want to be at point B already. I'm sorry,
There you
Kevin.
go. Shiloh, thank you for that super chat. Ship 26 in a kilt. I don't know about the rest of this part. With Gene the Dancing Machine logo on top. I'm going to go with no on that one. If Jack wears a kilt, you can use me as a logo. Let's do it.
I don't consent.
I don't consent. Hashtag at Adrian Patch Ideas. There you go, buddy. Oh my gosh, there's so many people getting the patch. James.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck keeping it.
It's still going. There's hundreds, guys. At the end of this stream, I promise you, we're going to do a Chris B style speed run. He's the king of it. And as soon as I get word from Kevin, I'm going, baby. Look, they moved you, so now Alex is going to be covered with it. Picking up the pre-order. Look, you got the one I got on my shirt.
Nice.
Awesome, James.
Flight
You got to.
6.
By the way, there's still some out there.
I
You can
still
get the Flight 6. I think there's a couple of 2s left. If you don't have all of them, you can still get out there. You got to catch them all. You can still go out there and get them. Look, there's a Flight 7 patch. Awesome.
Yeah,
Great
as we always say, I don't know if we... Oh, you're getting weird chroma stuff on that.
Because it's green. Flight 7 patch was green. So.
As we always say, it is, if you don't know, if you're new, there is a limited number of patches ordered. You can still get stickers. You can still get the design on other stuff. But when we order a patch for a flight, there's a set amount. And once they're gone, they're gone.
And
Well,
when
patches,
they're gone,
I have a bunch here from all the different flights. Wow.
I mean, look behind Jack. Jack's got 1 or 3 behind him.
Yeah, just a couple. I need a bigger patch board because I have so many other patches. I just don't have room for them on my board. But also, I'm never here, so.
That's a great patch board. I'm putting them all in my jacket. I can't. My wife has a sewing machine. I want a professional or someone who's done a lot more sewing than Gene has, because it would be I might as well just super glue them on there, Gorilla Tape them on there. But I want them to look nice when I'm wearing the jacket. And of course, you can't wear it during summer because it's blazing hot. But guys, you guys are still going crazy. Your generosity and your ability to get out there. Oh, wow. John, I love you, but don't spam the store message. I don't know. This cannot. Are you looking at this, Jack? I can't put this on. The ticker's only so big.
Did the panel break?
It's close. It's not
scrolling for me. I'm not sure what you're seeing.
Ooh,
I'm looking at everything, and it's like zero. It's like zero message. Hello.
Hi. So
Hi, Kevin.
I know you haven't hosted a lot of Starship launches, but when the patch releases, you better get on those thank yous. Don't wait till the end. I'm just saying.
That's my cue.
I'm just saying.
That's my cue to get after it. That's what I was waiting for. And he didn't type that. He came in disembodied voice.
Why are you doing it? You should already be doing it.
I'm going to do it. Here we go, guys.
You're in trouble, Gene. You're in a lot of trouble already. Just
I know.
You're like treading
crazy.
water. You're like trying to keep your head above water.
I don't want to do
wait.
it. I don't want to do it. It's 8 minutes old. Here we go. All right, Scott, Storm Meshes, thank you. How many patches do we need to buy to see Jack and a kill? I have no idea.
I mean, infinity.
Anonymous also bought a patch. Yes, flight patch. Thank you. Anonymous, awesome. Thank you very much. I'm just clicking the buttons, guys.
Good job.
Heron,
Keep going.
Hello. Thank you. David, love you guys. David, we love you too. Thank you for your generosity and support. Anonymous, yes, I can has. Admiral Mirth. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you support us buying a patch. And my clicker's not working. Come on, mouse. Come on, mouse.
You can do it. David, Anonymous, Mr.
Yes, keep going. LSR, we know you getting patches. I was one of the anonymous. Robert, great video. Yeah, well, we're trying, but I'm running behind here. Harrison, loving the patches. They keep getting better and better. I totally 100% agree. Let's see. Mr. Oh my God, it's here. Thank you, NSF. We did a good build up on them, guys. You got to admit, we really did that one well. Daniel, let's go, as Jack likes to say. Give him a let's go, Jack.
Let's go!
Keep the set complete, Will. Thank you for getting the patch. Blair, Storm Matches, keep, let's see, got to collect them all like Pokemon. That's exactly right. Phil from chat. It looks amazing. Great stream. Good luck. Good luck to me over the next 5 minutes. Beach Boys. Yes. Yay, boys. So
Gene,
cool. I don't know what I'm doing.
Gene.
Yes.
I feel like I should help. Can I give you a hand?
Yes. Please, I need to have a drink. Yes.
Cameron, thank you. Robert, thank you. Nathaniel, thank you for the kind words and the store purchase. Anonymous, thank you. Joey, thank you. Jonas, thank you. Steve, thank you. Lee, thank you. Andrew, thank you. Anonymous again, thank you. And thank you for the kind words. Anonymous, Andre. Ooh, I wonder if that's Andre. Is Andre back? Cole, thank you. David, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Lars, thank you. Frank, thank you. Stephen, thank you. Michael, thank you. Anna, thank you.
This is how a professional does it, everybody.
Trent, thank you. Jordan, thank you. Kai, thank you. Jack, that's not me, but somebody named Jack, thank you. I'm not thinking myself. I swear I'm not insane. Tom, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Tyler, thank you. Harrison, thank you. Brianna, thank you. The panel is starting to lag. Mark, thank you. Gene, thank you. Paul, thank you. Peter, thank you. Mary, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Bradley, thank you. Andrew, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Justin, thank you. Gene, go.
I don't know where to look off. Anonymous, thank you. Justin, Annette, thank you so much. Rex, we appreciate it. I'm clicking as fast as I can, guys. Believe me. Keith, Patrick, thank you so much. Yes, keep the collection coming. Jared, thank you so much. The patch is awesome. Here we go. And hey, we're getting some props from Alex over here.
The problem
John,
is the scroll. Come on. The scroll bar is not getting smaller. Like it's all.
Kevin, James, Manfred, Jaden, you all are amazing. Let's go Booster 14. Absolutely. Blake, Robert, Brett, yes, break the panel. I think you guys did. The scrolling is not as, yes. Hey, all NSF team. John, thank you. Thank you, John. I'm not putting that in the chat. The ticker's
bacon.
And you did. That was 100% him, not me, guys. Let's see. Stuart, Nico, thank you. Bastion, Abby, Andrew, many Andrews. Are we already
all
down
the
there?
Andrews.
Did we do it? Frank, Mika, Jared, Shiloh, Bruce, Anonymous, lots of Anonymouses. I'm getting to the end. Andrew, Simon, Charles, awesome patch. Keeps getting better. Dennis, love the patches, have them all. And Mechazilla, thank you for the red team memberships. We did it! We did it! We need a sound effect. I feel like Rocky running upstairs. Music.
Non-copyrighted music.
I know we missed some because there's so many in here. Guys.
Thank you so much,
JL,
everybody.
Thank you, everybody. You guys are insane. Thank you. Then the chat's going crazy. Wow. I'm out of breath. Jack's out of breath. Wow. Thank you guys for your generosity.
I'm always out of breath, but also I'm out of breath because of all the generosity.
Again, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can get a whole bunch of stuff there. I'm saving the, you should check out the Launch in the Summer collection. I'm saving this for the stream broadcast.
Nice. Oh, heck yeah, the Hawaiian shirt.
I'm a Hawaiian shirt fiend. I wore one yesterday. I love them. I love my rocket shirts, but I love the Hawaiian shirts.
Made in the USA?
Yeah. Made in the USA. In fact, I actually checked. I checked where it was shipped from, guys. That's not a joke. It's made in the USA. And it, I should say the state, but I'm probably not going to. But yes. Joseph Zimmerman, thank you for becoming a new member. Launch Director. Remember, launch director, you get access to the Discord. So, Joseph, we'll see you in the back channel Discord, in the maybe streams, and so on and so on. Stabilizers are going in. What does that mean, Alex? What does that mean?
Ooh.
I'm looking at the screen. We're looking at Ship 35.
That was
Lift
meant
it!
for the back channel, Gene. You don't need to read everything on the back channel. I was asking, like,
stabilizers is an important word. Oh, it's a question. I
yeah,
thought
it was
you
a
were making
question because
statement.
it's like, you know, we've been with all of these patch craziness. And I was like, when did that happen? Last time I looked, the stabilizers were out, and now they look like, you know, it's a little. I always say that the arms are more like, you know, when you hold your hands like this, and then you have the pinky fingers here. So that's like the stabilizers. It's like trying to hold like a bottle of water.
What are you holding? What are you holding like that?
I don't know, like my glasses. I don't know, like like that. I don't know. I'm just making making stuff up as I go. I don't know.
I need to drink. I can't. Hold on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's sort of like
So thirsty. So thirsty.
Okay, what would you say are those stabilizers though? Because if the chopsticks are arms, you don't have anything here to stabilize anything. So I just compare it to, like, you know, the pinky fingers here. It's like that.
All right.
You do like
That's
this.
fair.
You do like this, and then
Alex is being Alex. Kevin's back.
You also didn't do it right. You didn't do the breaking news right, the way that it upset Brian Caton.
Okay, roll
We
it.
tried.
But you were just like, oh, the stabilizer pins are in. Like you
No,
know,
that's not what I said.
you have
That's
to.
not what I said.
You have to say, oh, we have something happening.
All right, no. Live from the NSF News Desk, I'm Gene Rowley. As you can see on your screen, the stabilizer pins apparently have been attached to Ship 35. We go now live to Alex Alcantarilla Romero for an update.
The stabilizers have gone in. The pinky fingers.
The launch delirium is real.
The only rails here are the landing rails on those chopsticks. There are no rails on this show now.
Yeah, explain to everybody why they're not using the catch pins. Let's use this for that. These are the old ones, right? And the catch pins are designed for the new ones. Did you say that earlier?
Yeah.
Why are they not using the catch pins?
Okay, so to be a little bit more specific about what I explained before, is that, and by before we mean like when we did the rollout stream, that was like, I don't know, like 2 hours ago. But yeah, the chopsticks at Pad A, the landing rail, so, you know, when they catch boosters, it's not technically catching, like it's not holding it in place. It's more like the booster just lands on rails that are on top of the chopsticks. Now those rails, they have like a little lip at the inner side, mostly so that the booster doesn't, you know, just can slide off the chopsticks. Like that sort of lip prevents those pins on the booster from, you know, eventually making it fall down. Like if they open the chopsticks, they wouldn't be able to, because there's that preventing that. Now, what happens is that the ones on Pad A are quite big. They're quite further up. Like their height is quite substantial compared to the ones on Pad B. And when you look at the catching pins on the ships, they seem to be very thin, as in, you know, if you were to put them on the Pad A chopsticks, what will happen is that the lip will essentially just be hitting that pin, because it's sort of like, let's see, so this is the pin extension, and there's like a stubby thing here. That's sort of where it lands on the rail, right? So if you have the truss here, or the beam from the truss, the catching pin, and you have the lip of the landing rail, then it will be hitting without the pin actually going all the way down. And that's what will happen on Pad A chopsticks. On Pad B, it's actually sized. It's a bit smaller. It's that lip it's actually shorter, and so it will be sized for the ship catching pins. So that's the whole reason why we believed during the rollout stream that they will use the old method. There are pins on the sides of the chopsticks that deploy and engage on some holes that are on the sides of the ship, and they just engage and lift the ship that way, along with the pinky fingers, the stabilizers. So those stabilizers went in.
The pinky finger thing.
Yeah, they went in, and so that allows them to be able to adjust the position of the ship as they go up. It sort of makes it not move too much as they go up with the ship, and that's one of the final things that they do before the lift. So that's why I said that's a big deal, because if they are preparing for that, then we might see a lift very soon.
So speculate, guys. Jack, I'll come to you first. Speculate. Why are they holding here? If they've already got the stabilizer pins in, and as Alex says, that's one of the last things they do. Are they removing chains? I mean, what are they doing?
Man, I wish I had a good answer for you.
Text Elon and ask.
The sardonic answer is SpaceX gonna SpaceX. The old confused media button. But it does look like, if you look at the orbital launch mount there's at least 2 aerial work platforms that I can see up. Looks like they're servicing the mount. So, maybe they're doing something on the mount, and so they're waiting to lift the ship. Max in our back channel, who's out there right now shooting, thank you, Max, reporting that people are still at the pad. So again, when they do a lift, they will clear the pad. So that will be an indicator that we're getting close. So with those lifts up on OLMA there, I said OLMA. With the lifts up, where that's kind of the watch item here.
Pad A launch mount.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Pad A's launch mount. Thank you.
I never
you
understood why we did Pad A Tower 1. Isn't the whole thing one system?
It's a planning document thing. It's not great. It's not great. It's also Pad B in Tower 2. So
right. Yeah. It seems like way too many words. Be like, yeah, that's Pad 1. We should call this one Pad 1, that one Pad 2, and the whole system. Are we going to do that at Slick 40?
Well, just wait when
39A.
just wait when they build the 39A pad. We'll see how they refer to that, and it's going to be, I'm sure, delightful SpaceX naming fun time. But we just try and mirror the terminology we see them use, and we try and mirror the terminology in the regulatory paperwork. So,
and then when there's 1,000 different names, you just pick and choose.
You just pick the ones that you hate the least.
With another person on space Twitter. You're like, I choose this name.
Transfer tube.
Down cover. You have all of the people fighting each other.
I love how we're still calling it the orbital launch mount as opposed to the suborbital launch mounts that they've already torn down.
I've been trying
the potential orbital launch mount, the POLM. We'll see.
I've been trying mentally to start just referring to them to as launch mounts. But it's old habits die hard.
And soon here we're going to be flame trench. We should do it in Greek, they're on the OLMB at Tower 2 with flame trench
Sigma.
Gamma. Yeah, Sigma.
So many acronyms. If only we had a video, explaining some of these acronyms.
That would be helpful. That would be helpful.
Yeah, if only somebody would make something like that. I don't know if there was chat mods that could link it into some sort of chat that people could live chat and interact with.
Maybe some person named John explaining all of those acronyms.
Who's that?
John?
I only know Das.
Is he new? Is he new here? Chat, go
careful.
Crazy. Go check out the
Careful, you're
going to
summon him.
Yeah, say his name too many times, he shows up. The panel is still going, by the way, guys. Thank you. As you can see, a lot of the support's just coming through with the Flight 9 patch. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Pre-order. I can't say that enough. It ships in mid to late June. So
you see right there in the banner where it says pre-order? It's a pre-order.
It says new order then pre-order. Yeah, just understand it's a.
You know what's exciting?
What's exciting, Kevin?
In about a minute, half of those messages in the panel are going to turn red and start yelling at you.
No,
that's what's
are you
exciting.
Saying I need to click? Are you saying Jack needs to click faster? Because because there's a lot of other. I want to.
I need to click faster.
Some red team. Buddy, I'm clicking. I'm clicking as fast as I can over here. Believe
I was
me.
should I have been doing it? I'm sorry, I didn't realize I should.
No, as we're having a conversation, you can see me going like this. Yes, I'm just over here clicking. I'm clicking as fast as I can. We've already said thanks to a lot of people. So let's get to another question here. Should we talk? Let's see. Let's talk about the Simlinks, the Starlink simulators, if you will. A question came in: how many do they have on this flight from Vector 2.0, NASA Spaceflight? Why did the amount of, they call them dummy links, I call them sim links, from Flight 7 to Flight 9, didn't it go from 10 to 4 to 8? Do we know why that happened? Jack, I'll start with you.
I mean, I don't think we've gotten confirmation from SpaceX as to why. My only guess would be mass considerations. I can't think that a Starlink simulator, having 4 or 8 of them makes any difference to performance on the ship. But maybe that there's some sort of vibrational environment. They're like, oh, what if we put less on? Maybe it'll cause the vibration or harmonic less or something. I don't know. I'm so far out in the weeds and guessing. But go ahead, Alex.
I just saw one comment from the store about a reentry plasma patch. Hey, Flight 4, we already got that.
There it is.
There you go. Is it upside down? I see it backwards.
Oh, there they go. There they go. They're on your screen. You can see them loading the Symlinks.
And yeah, the Symlinks were loaded yesterday.
Yeah. Alex, you think we're getting an inside cam of those during deployment? We saw a banana. Why can't we see that?
Well, from the inside of the payload bay, I do hope we get that sort of shot. A lot of people are hoping for like a shot from the Symlinks themselves. By the way, every time that I hear or read Symlinks, I can imagine those simulator Starlinks with like the sim triangle thing, whatever. Anyways,
yeah.
No, diamond.
Little
it's
gem
diamond, right?
above their heads.
Exactly.
Emerald.
And so
they put a chair in front of the payload bay door, and the Symlinks can't get out, and they just die.
Didn't they go in? Didn't they remove the, like I saw this morning as I was watching Starbase Live, and if you're not watching Starbase Live or any of our other live streams, be sure you do that. They loaded the simulators, the Starlink simulators, and then somebody went in to verify, like they went in through the crew hatch. Did you see that? Where they and then they closed the crew hatch.
They spent a while of a good amount of time there, especially like taking pictures as well of the interface with the door and everything. I saw like a guy with like a phone, sort of taking pictures and like cleaning up the sort of like the edge of the payload bay door. But yeah, I mean, one of the other things that a lot of people are wanting to see is whether they have a camera on one of those Starlink simulators and see, some shot of the ship as the simulator sort of flies off. The only problem with that is that it will be right in the middle of darkness because the coast phase, the launch is like 2 hours, or at least the opening of the window, it's like 2 hours before sunset in Starbase. So as soon as you go into orbital speeds and everything, like over the Atlantic Ocean and things like that, it's just gonna be already dark, and so we may not see a lot. But whatever we see, I'll take it. I don't care. Like, just show it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, no. What was the flight where they lost like the cameras and everything? I think it was Flight 5 or something. Hopefully, no, we don't want that.
Yeah, we don't want that. We want them to get through. I really am very optimistic about this flight. The attention to detail they've spent on the ship. I know we're reusing a booster 14-2. 29 of the 33 Raptor engines are being reflown. If you go and you read on SpaceX what they learned from Flight 8. Hello, lady or person with hat. She's walking by the camera. I want someone to turn around and just go, "Hey guys, hey CTL." Just one time. But I think the attention to detail they've done on this flight, they're very meticulous in the way they're explaining the experiments for re-entry and the trajectory changes, etc. I'm really, really optimistic about this. And I think it's going to be a really, really, really fun broadcast when we do that on Tuesday. And you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, net 51 hours, 4 minutes, 27. We'll see when that changes to a T0 time when we know. I think SpaceX goes live, 30 minutes or something like that? What'd you say, Alex?
Did Kevin just change his mind? Yesterday it was an L- clock. Now it's back to an earlier than clock.
Kevin changed his mind.
What? Yeah, wow.
Kevin never does that.
That never happens.
No, I didn't change my mind.
Okay.
As you know, I started a little late today and sat down at like 3:00 on the dot, and Jay set up for me. And apparently, Jay disagrees with me on the L minus.
Where's the ding, ding, ding? You guys got to duke it out.
That would be amazing. I would super chat. I would super chat to hear KMR and Jay fight about production logistics live on air. I would super chat $50.
Well, more than likely in the back channel, everybody Capcom and above can hear that. They're going to hear that on the member stream. They just hear Jay and Kevin going, "No, it's this button. No, it's that. Put it on the panel." Da, 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 da. Speaking of that, Gregarious Loner, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above, you do get that access to our Discord, as we were talking about just a minute ago. Mechazilla gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Be sure to say thank you if you get one of those. It's a big deal. That's very generous of them to do that. Joseph Zimmerman, thank you for becoming a launch director. Your support is, Jack will tell you, everybody will tell you at NSF, we're just a bunch of space nerds that love doing this. We get a privilege to do this, and the only reason we do this is because of you guys. Going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, becoming a member, joining us, all of it, and just hitting the thumbs up button. Just as simple as hitting the thumbs up button helps us, and we greatly appreciate it. Redbone 573.
It doesn't always have to be a monetary thing. Like, just tell your friends about us. More viewers will help us just as much as any other type of support. And we all absolutely love this stuff. So thank you for however you choose to help us out.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see. Anyone else purchased Hayes, a new logo shuttles carrier set? What is that, Mechazilla? What's this question? Hang on. Thank you for the super chat. Where'd the question go? I hit the wrong button. I am a terrible host. There it is. Anyone else purchased the Hayes, the new logo shuttles carrier set? What are you talking? What?
Lego, Jack, the new Lego set?
Oh, Lego. I totally missed the word Lego. I have one right over my shoulder. I completely missed the word Lego.
I
did see it. Wasn't it the 7? It was the 747. Didn't they? They just announced it with the shuttle on top.
Yeah. In theory, I should love that set. I mean, I like planes, right? I like rockets. I like 747s. I like.
It's
the
not
shuttle.
their best. Let's be honest. You can.
It's a really mid set.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy. The SLS set, fantastic.
Concorde.
Mars rover set, fantastic. Conky, fantastic. But I just
Saturn V.
Saturn V, awesome. When we found out that they were doing like it was rumored that they were going to do the shuttle carrier aircraft set, it was like, oh, hype. And then when the leaked box came out, it was like, no, please let it not be real. I know it's real, but please don't let it be real. And yeah, sure enough, I'm not a big fan of that set. If you are, by all means, build it, enjoy it. I hope you love it. I have a limited amount of shelf space that's not occupied by clutter, so I have to pick and choose my Lego sets judiciously.
Let's see. Jeff, thank you so much for that super chat. Very generous. You guys are better than drugs. Picky fingers, hilarious. Yes. Okay. We're safer than drugs. I can tell you that much. From experience, in my ill-gotten youth, I can tell you we're a lot safer. But rocketry is a drug, really, actually. Pinky fingers. That's a new thing. That's going to be a shirt someday. RC Lord. Horseman, a name we know and love, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. RC, thank you very, very much. And Tuesday, becoming a launch director right here live on Countdown to Launch. Thank you, Tuesday, for joining us and becoming one of our family members. You know, one of the other things, Jack, we talked about, it doesn't have to be monetary to support NSF, is all of our social media. We are, look at that, bought a mug, new Starship Patch 9 mug. Love it.
Heck yeah.
Where's your mug? Where's your mug, Alex? This is your mug. This is the mug pro. There. See, he's got his mug. Jack's got a mug.
Here. This one is an oldie though, because it's
an oldie but a goodie.
It's the old logo, but we have this. I think the mug itself is still there. I know the Raptor Wrangler collection is still on the shop because I was trying to get a new shirt. It's old already. I want a new one.
It looks cool and vintage and faded because you've clearly worn it and washed it a lot.
And it has also the old logo. I think it might be visible. I don't know. But anyways,
yep.
The new one is like here on the it's much cooler. The new one.
I love these shirts. They're actually really good quality, but I love that faded look. That looks really good. What I was saying was one of the other things that you can do is check out all of our socials. We're everywhere. We're on Facebook. NSF is everywhere. Everywhere you are, we're going to meet you. We're going to come. We're going to be where you are. Go ahead, Jack.
The one that I like to recommend is specifically the Instagram, Facebook. If you're there, I'm not really on Facebook, but I am on Instagram a lot. And when team members will post stuff to their story, like little behind the scenes, little moments and stuff, a lot of times the field team will tag the NASASpaceflight account. So if you're not following everybody, or if you don't know who's on the NSF team is down here or what have you, if you just follow NSF on Instagram and look at the story, you'll get those nice little snippets and moments that happen that you might not get elsewhere. So definitely recommend checking that out. And like you're saying, Gene, it's not a monetary thing. It's just it's another way you can support us just by getting some eyeballs on our content, because everybody knows we live in the future. The algorithm is our all-knowing, all-seeing, but also somehow incompetent overlord.
Yeah, we like to welcome our machine overlords.
Yeah, right.
And they do. They run our lives. I mean, I just ordered 2 patches on this thing, and 20 years ago they'd have been like, "You did what on a farm?" We're going to get back to some questions here. Some rocket related, some maybe not. I mean, the pad may or may not be clear. I don't know. They've got the stabilizers in. Cool. You're seeing it on your screen. We're giving it as much lift energy as we can with our special pinkies. Thank you. I'm never going to let that one die down. I'm never going to let that die.
I'm glad I pushed back. I'm really glad I pushed back now. Like, not all my decisions work out over time, but that one I feel vindicated.
Yeah. Jack, this question actually is for you. This comes from Phil at NASASpaceflight. Why is Jack not out getting more cool photos? I will preface this. We all try to be there all the time. We really do. Everybody tries to be there. D and Max are there. Gage is there. Caesar, Dan, Roger, Dawes will be there. I'm usually there. I won't be there. And I know Jack's not going to be able to be there. But Jack, right now, why aren't you out there grabbing amazing photographs?
Prior commitment. Let's leave it at that.
Redacted.
Redacted. I had a thing I couldn't miss. For the last month, it's been dueling net dates. This thing would shift around, and then Starship would shift around. So it's been a fun month.
It's hard to live our lives around launches. It's very difficult.
Yeah, if two things can conflict in the rocket world, they will. Just look at the last flight and the first launch of New Glenn and how those sort of coincided. So unfortunately, I'm not there. So this Flight 9 will be most likely, unless something happens and I do get back in time, or something happens and flight slips, for heaven forbid. But the only Starship flights or tests that I have missed have been SN5. That's it. I didn't shoot Flight 3 for NSF, but I was in Starbase and I did shoot Flight 3. So this will be a weird one, to not be there for Flight 9. I miss all my friends. I miss all the team members that descend on Starbase and make it so fun to cover this stuff. And I miss like the party atmosphere of being at the pad. But you know what? Because I'm not there, and because you're not there, Gene, it's like we can be the relief valve for the team that is busting their butts. We can be the commentators that keep things rolling. We can be the fresh energy. We can be the reserves waiting in the wings to come in and keep the hype train going. So a little bit bittersweet for me. Sorry, I don't have like a more descriptive answer, but there you go. I'm not in Texas for this one. Sorry.
I'll go ahead and spill it, guys. Jack's a secret agent, and he has a small government to topple that is an adversary of the U.S. And,
it's a junta. Technically, it's a military junta. Okay.
He's fighting dictators. He just got to miss this one. I
wish.
That's always my good. There were ninjas. Okay, there were ninjas, and we're just not going to go any further. I also have a prior commitment. I won't be there. But like Jack said, we get to get some sleep. These guys are working. They're up in the middle of the night tonight. I guarantee it.
What kind of layer?
Go ahead, Alex.
What kind of layer?
That TS3 and Nerd 13 at NASASpaceflight. Could you make a 3x3 sheet of patch stickers for Flight 1 through 9? It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Adrian, somewhere, might be a disembodied voice, might not be. I believe all the stickers, all the previous patch of stickers, I had to go out and I got a lot of the previous patch stickers. Yeah. So I think you can still go out there and get them. I'm not 100% sure.
I also have
Hello?
stickers here.
Oh.
Some of the
Yeah.
old ones as well. Take a look. Oh, hey! I have the Raptor Wrangler stickers. I have a bunch of patches and
Merlin?
stickers and everything.
I got them.
You can
Yep.
get them all on the shop. I mean, see now Kevin has put me on. There we go. I found
Yeah.
See, you have here,
There
for
you go.
example. I think this is flights 5 and 6. And you've got here. Oh, these ones are with the
metallic.
the sort of
what are
I
they
don't know,
called?
flashy thing. I don't know how they're called. These ones are 1 through 4. I believe they come in like quartets, I think, of patches. So you've got like these like that. See. So yeah, I mean, you can grab lots of stickers all the way to patch 9, I guess. But yeah. Any suggestions? Email the shop people. I'm sure they're gonna love getting emails right now, right? They're
all of your
totally not gonna
suggestions
be
is at Alex Physics something or other. I don't remember what it is.
Yeah.
Give you all of those questions.
No,
All
not
right,
me.
let's do
The
another
shop
one.
team. They're the ones that handle that.
I'm trying to save the shop team by sending them all to you. Let's see. We talked about the FTS earlier, about the explosives, and the FTS, by the way, for those of you that are new here, flight termination system. It's basically explosives. They make the rocket go boom when it does things that it's not intended to do. They're already on the booster, right, Alex? They're already on the booster.
And the ship on both vehicles. Yep.
And the ship. Okay. Do they put them on manned flights? This is a question from Luke at NASASpaceflight. Do manned flights have FTS? I'm going to go and say no. They have abort systems, usually.
Well, yeah, because the problem
Really?
is
Okay.
Starship is a whole different thing, but the booster will probably have still FTS in the future. But Shuttle, for example, had FTS. the Crew Dragon itself doesn't have an FTS, but the rocket underneath does have an FTS, and it's active when Crew Dragon is flying. The only thing is that obviously you don't blow up the rocket while the capsule is still attached. You first escape and then do the FTS triggering, right? Like that's what common sense tells you. But for example, I mean, I mentioned the shuttle. The shuttle, unfortunately, there was a flight where it needed to be used during the Challenger disaster. Those SRBs flying off, they had to trigger the FTS on those solar rocket boosters because they were flying off after it disintegrated. And so it was like that's not ideal, right? So you need to get rid of that. But there's stories like astronauts going to the range officer and being like, don't get that attached to that button because we are riding on that rocket, right? So yeah.
Do you think in the control room there's a guy like?
Thankfully, there's no longer a guy on a button, at least for Falcon 9 and Starship, because they're completely automated. There's no big
I would
red
never
button
want
or
that
anything.
job.
Yeah, but yeah.
My life is stressful enough without going. I don't want to push it. No. Yeah, so that's interesting. So yes, manned flights do have FTS. Luke, there's the answer to your question. Jack, do me a favor. Load up some more good questions. I know we've been jaw-jacking
I got
for
you.
a pretty good time. Yeah, load up
I
some
got
questions
you.
here. Okay, here we go. This is a Starbase question. We know it just became the city of Starbase, or it's in the process of. They had elections and so on. This is from the Rocket Nerd 57 at NASASpaceflight. By the way, you don't have to super chat to ask a question. We ask questions from everybody. Just put in at NASASpaceflight in the chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Let's see. Where'd it go? Yeah, where'd it go? Did you just remove it?
Nope.
I was just going to do it from the train track question, and now it's gone. Something about dual train tracks. Do you know that? Okay, so I think the question had to do with the moving of the boosters and the ships. Are they going to? I know there's some thought about expanding the road and so on. Jack, apparently this is a question for you. Do you think they're ever going to make?
He loves censoring that question.
Of moving them from the launch? Okay.
A lot of people want to know, will they build another road? Will they build a set of rails? Will they do this? Will they do that? And it's a fair question. No. For all intents and purposes, it seems like they're just going to widen Highway 4. But if you go way back to the programmatic environmental assessment, the mitigation for the road closures and whatnot that they have proposed is a series of turnouts on Highway 4, so that as they're doing a rollout, they can just sort of roll the ship onto the shoulder and then allow traffic to resume, and then once they've alleviated the traffic jam, they can put the ship. So there's no turnouts yet, but that's going to be the improvement that fixes road traffic. The combination of widening the road, improving it so it's not asphalt, it's concrete, and doing these turnouts. So no additional road or rail line necessary. Now, yeah, that'd be nice if they could, but if you ever get to go down to Starbase, you'll see like Highway 4 is essentially on the high point of a small spit of land that on either side is marshland or salt flats or straight up, a bay. So there's really it would be a huge undertaking to build a different road or build a rail line, and not to mention you're going to have to go through a wildlife preserve and all the associated rigmarole that comes with that. So yeah, I would be very shocked if anything like that ever happens. But thankfully, Highway 4 is going to be improved. What are you so happy about, Alex?
Because I was thinking, okay, a train system to move the boosters or ships or whatever, probably not. But a tram there, now that they are Starbase City.
Yes.
Like, can you imagine next stop, the launch site? Like, something like that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, like a Disney monorail. Bing bong. Welcome to the launch site. The door site. I was even taking it one step further. My stupid science fiction brain said they can lift the boosters. They can lift the booster. Where's my
mag lifts?
They lift.
Mag
They
lifts.
already lift the booster. Imagine like a snow lift, just going from tower to tower between the two, the launch site and the. Look at Jack's like, no. Shut up.
No, I'm on board. It's like a ski lift or a chair lift, but it's boosters and ships.
See them
just like going back and forth.
Salt flats. Yeah. I mean,
we joke.
He's got the money. Let's do it.
We joke, but to achieve the cadence that they have, their stated goal of launching hundreds of ships to Mars every planetary window, and the necessity of refueling those things, we joke, but who knows? Who knows what the future holds?
Could the city of SpaceX, and I'm really out on a limb here, somebody talk me off the crazy tree, could the city of SpaceX do like a viaduct directly to the beach, leaving Highway 4, or vice versa, leaving Highway 4 for automobile traffic only?
Now that is an interesting question. I don't know.
Because they still use the SPMTs. They just go right next to Highway 4 and build a viaduct across some of the salt flats.
I've even heard some talk, I don't know how much stock to put in it, but I've heard talk of like when they do turn Highway 4 into a 4-lane road instead of a 2-lane road, there's a potential that one of the lanes is essentially like, maybe a carpool lane, or maybe a bus dedicated lane, or maybe an employee lane, or like some kind of toll thing, so that they have essentially, a fast route. Now that specific bit of rumor, whatever that is, again, I don't know how much stock to put in it, but that would have been between the Border Patrol checkpoint and the production site. Now, something like that, Gene, viaduct or what have you, between the production site and the launch site, that might make sense, but who knows? Part of the challenge with all of this is you can't have anything over the road, right? You can't have overpasses. You can't you have to have the ability to move these tall vehicles. So everything you have to do is in service of that. And I'm sure there's some people in chat being like, boring company. And sure, that would be great. But also Starbase is at like 0 sea level.
Yeah.
So in some cases below.
It would go down, over, and back up. That's not how rockets work. I was thinking something, also the viaduct, potentially, if we're going to keep talking about it, could be just, when it rains there, you get the road washing out, you get flooding, you get all kinds of, so put the sucker about 10 feet above the water and let Highway 4 get washed out. I can still move ships back and forth. and the uphill and downhill, if there was a thing, from the launch site to the production site would be very minimal over that distance in Gene's non-engineering brain. I'm sure all of the road construction people in chat are like, you don't know what you're talking about, Gene. You're right. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But for me, the minimal footprint, instead of expanding the road out to 4 lanes, just have the road here and build 4 lanes over here at a different height and let all the water keep going underneath it. That's
just another lane, bro. Just another lane.
Just one more lane. That's all we need, bro. Just one more collider.
Just one lane.
Just one more collider, bro.
2 SPMTs wide.
We'll solve physics, bro. Just one more collider.
What is it? Yeah, science. All right, let's go back and talk about some vehicles. Some folks are asking in chat, and let me just thank some folks real quick on Anonymous. That's Anonymous. Thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. We appreciate your generosity. Mechazilla's back with another super chat. Can anyone else see the similarities between the Starship launch tower and the drill launch tower from the film Core?
Haven't seen it.
Wait, what?
That's the launch where they drop the ship into the
Wait. You didn't see a movie? You haven't seen the Core, really?
Me?
No,
it's a
Jack.
It's a trash film. Why would I watch a trash film?
Oh, Jack.
They land the Endeavor on the LA River. in the stinky thing. Anyways,
it's not okay. It's not that. It's pretty stinky.
and now
it's
movie
fair.
Reviews by Alex. It's a whole new stream right there.
But yeah,
whole new stream.
You should watch it. I mean, just because
I'll check it out.
It's not amazing, and it's still. Yeah.
JJ Hicks, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. We appreciate you joining our family. Jurwa, wow, very, very generous, $50. Wow, thank you so much. The space intentionally left blank. Nice. You just made me read that. You're making me read things now. Let's see.
Thank you, Jurwa.
Thank you for that. Really, it means a lot. Let's see. Thank you for that super chat. Gondola from Gigabay. Yeah, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking, just tower to tower. But now that I've said viaduct, I'm thinking I-10 all the way across southern Louisiana, the same thing. I mean, that's kind of where Gene is now. More gifted Red Team memberships, 10 Red Team memberships. Sure, thank you so much. Remember to say thank you in chat. I keep looking to my left. That's where chat is.
Sorry, a leopard's tail in chat says, the Core makes Armageddon look like a work of genius scientific accuracy.
Murders and I were on Starbase Live this morning. We were chatting back and forth. So it's if you're not hanging out in Starbase Live or Space Coast Live or McGregor Live, it's a good conversation all the way around.
All of this because we're waiting on that ship to lift.
We all jump in. Yeah, we're waiting for it to lift. Come on.
Just lift the ship.
I'm waiting for one of 2 things. Kevin in the back channel or that ship to start moving. And I hope the ship starts moving, to be honest with you. Thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships, Mergs. It was a good conversation this morning. Okay, back to some questions. I got to get the Alex brain. Got to keep it warmed up. He hasn't done enough questions today. Oh, there it is. I was looking at the wrong. That's the train tracker one. We're gonna skip that question because we already answered that one. Let's talk about the Gigabay since we talked about it real quick in one of those super chats. I know the high bay is no more. Wah wah. But you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. So remember, something better is coming. This is the way Starbase does it. This is the way SpaceX does it. Jack, I'm going to actually start with you on this one, not Alex. What are your thoughts on the impending Gigabay? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, let's be honest. They have to point them toward Highway 4. It would make no sense to put a gigantic building there that it's attached to the Star Factory and then go all the way around and come in.
Right.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Right. I was muted. I was muted in vMix. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, chat. All I was really saying is we're going to lose the views into Megabay 2 with the addition of the Gigabay. So it really kind of depends on which way the doors on the Gigabay are oriented. Sorry for talking while muted. I am a professional. I am good at my job.
We've all done it. I am the worst at this. I just mute. You're muted. You're not muted. It happens to everybody. So honestly, do you think the doors are going to face Highway 4? I mean, what do you think? What's your best guess? I think they have to.
I don't know. I think the renders sort of show them facing back towards Brownsville. So if you're standing looking at the parking garage and the mural, with the production set on your left and Highway 4 going like this, yeah, basically, then I think you'd be looking at the doors at the same time as you look at in the direction of the production site. I'm really not explaining this well, but I don't know. I don't know if that's how it's going to line up. I just think based on some of the renders, that's sort of what I expected in my head. Which means when the doors are open and it's afternoon or evening light, the sun should be shining straight through if that's how it's oriented. So that'll be really cool. That said, we expect the Gigabay to have doors just like Mega Bay 2 and the High Bay, or Mega Bay 2 and Mega Bay 1. And I expect those doors to be closed like 99% of the time. And it's gone. Starbase has gone from a situation where we could see the domes getting flipped. We could see the barrels getting assembled. We could see the tents, the doors to the tents would be open. We could peer in and see the Raptor engines. We could see Raptors get delivered and could look at the individual memes on them. I could take a 500 millimeter shot of a Raptor engine from 2 feet away, and we could examine the individual pressure labels on the individual instrumentation lines. And slowly but surely over the years, they've built a factory. They've turned it into a real bona fide spaceport. And now, if they roll out a new barrel section, for example, when they rolled out Booster 18's Common Dome section a couple days ago, it was outside for 15 minutes. And it's gotten, it's been like this in Starbase for a while now, pretty much the whole time, where if you're there, and you know this, Gene, if you're there, you're basically on call. And you are essentially like a fireman in the firehouse waiting for the alarm to go off. And when that alarm goes off, you slide down the pole, you get in the fire engine, and you get out there. And so when that Common Dome rolled out, that's what I did. I jumped in my car immediately and started hauling butt safely and at the speed limit out to Starbase. And it was already inside Mega Bay 2 by the time I got through the border patrol checkpoint. And that's just how it is. So Gigabay, it's going to be cool, and we all want to see this program mature, but it's going to be the case where I think, if you're not out there when the doors are open or when they roll something in or out of it, if you don't just happen to have been there when it happens, it's gonna become, I think, even more tricky over time to catch those little snippets. But I mean, hey, if it was easy, everybody would do it, right?
Yeah. Alex, what do you think of the Gigabay?
What about the Gigabay? What
do you think? Which way is it going to face? How are they going to orient it? I mean, are they going to build 2 in Florida? I've heard all kinds of rumors.
We'll see. I mean, there's plenty of time at the production side at Starbase to build 2 of those. Once they build the first Gigabay, you could in theory just take apart the Megabase and be like, okay, we're going to put another second Gigabay or something. In Florida, they also have plenty of room for another Gigabay apart from the one that they are already building. They also have new room for potentially more tower sections. Anyways, I'm heading to the next Starbase update. Watch tomorrow's Starbase update. And so, I mean, I do hope that we have some insight into all of this. But also there's a bit of a... I don't know how to say this, but the mystery, right, of not knowing what it's gonna roll out next, that is present when we see a Falcon 9 arriving to McGregor or something. Like the other day when we saw that weird Falcon Heavy Center Core-ish looking Falcon 9, it was like, wait, that's a Falcon Heavy Center Core because it, X, Y, and Z, but it's dressed as a Falcon 9 booster. And so we all went like, what is going on, right? And thankfully, we got one of the SpaceX officials, I think it was John Edwards, the one that said that, they're going to be flying a Falcon Heavy Center Core as a Falcon 9 booster for a while, and then they're going to be flying as a Falcon Heavy Center Core. And so, hey, look at that. Merch in the field. Shot. But yeah, I think there's some...
Shirt. That's Gage!
There's some
That's
interest.
Awesome. Hi, Gage! I don't know if you can hear us. No, wave at us, not the car. Wave at us, Gage.
Take 3 steps forward.
Yeah, come closer.
Now raise your left leg.
Is that pink or red?
I think it's red.
Simon says.
Okay.
The pink is really pink.
That's
so
red.
I think Gage went with red. Yeah, come closer. Closer.
Why am I waving at the camera? He can't see me.
He's like, what do I do? Yeah, thumbs up.
Flight 9 merch.
Gage has absolutely been busting his butt.
I think the red one is the one I have. Look at that. That's a great patch. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Pre-order the patch now. Shipping in mid to late June, and there's a ton of stuff. You can get it in stickers. You can still get the Flight 6 patch. There's all kinds of fun stuff on shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you, Gage. Gage, you need to model. Like, here's the shirt. Oh, look, a truck. Oh, look, a ship. I'm holding it in the palm of my hand.
But on our merch store, we do have our own people as models. I think there's Max, Lindsay, Jack.
Oh no,
D.
we don't.
Jack specifically.
No, we don't.
I dare people to go to the merch store and look at all of those, different items that
Lindsay.
all of these people.
Oh, Wild Max!
Hey, look at that!
A Max appearance in the wild.
Max is wearing the crew sun shirt. I think we're gonna eventually get those in the store if they're not already.
I need to get one of those. I'll get 2.
We should set up like a catwalk and be like, Max, you're looking fabulous. Who are you wearing?
Next up on the zigzag is Max wearing the sun shirt, circa 2025.
Absolutely crushing it with that bearded man look. Thanks, guys.
Hey, it's a bald guy with beard and an orange shirt, and it's not Jack.
Okay, now
He's
get out of the way of the
bit.
rocket.
He's
We want to
stealing
see the
your
rocket.
bit.
Move. Yeah, go check it out. I think D's. What'd you say? D, Jack, Lindsay. I was ordered to wear this on my next cruise, on my next vacation. I'm wearing my Hawaiian shirt.
So we'll have to keep an eye then on you being also a model on our store.
There's
Hey, D.
There's everybody, the whole crew.
Oh, nice.
Also orange.
There's the orange one. That looks great.
We got all smiles.
We
too.
have
I'm
Dan
so
as well. We need Dan.
Can you guys hear us?
Check.
Yeah, what's up?
Yes.
How do we look? Do we look good?
You look fabulous. You're
That's one
slaying.
word. Yes. That's
And
one word
don't you
we could
hate it
use.
when people are in front of our cameras now?
You're serving nerd.
I'd like to see the
I'm wearing
rocket, though.
I'm wearing a red shirt. He's wearing orange, and Max is orange as well. Trying to not get sunburned. Trying not to get sunburned.
Thank you, Gage. That's very helpful
Yeah.
for our colorblind audience members.
Yes. Yeah, we can. Yes.
You said I was wearing pink.
I said red.
Alex said pink.
Or
It
Alex
looks pinkish here on our feed.
It looks good.
Don't blame me.
Hey, can you guys like I love you all. Can you like not be in
Scoot
front of the rocket?
to
Like,
the side.
Move to your left.
What's that when they're on the cliff? Like a couple steps back. No. Keep going. You're not.
Yes,
A couple
more.
steps back.
No, don't
Just-
rotate.
No,
What is that?
No,
What is that? That's not. No.
Was that a
You just-
box? No, that was a box.
Hey, look, a Cybertruck.
That wasn't a cut. They did a box thing for you, Jack. The box,
Yeah, they did it. Did they just do a
transition.
This is
IRL
what the
cube
field
zoom?
team
Yeah, they
does.
cube transition. That's a cube transition.
This is what the
This is
field
what
team
happens.
does in their free time, just stay in front of the cameras and everything.
It's always
good
hurry
stuff.
up and wait. Like you rush down there to shoot a lift or a roll, and then it doesn't happen for hours. So thank you to all of the team members out there: Gage, Max, D, Dan, Caesar, Jerry, everybody that's in the process of showing up. Tyler's out there. It's no joke when you're just baking in the heat and the humidity, waiting for this stuff to happen.
Is that where the roundabout is? Because I see like
Correct.
the line. Yeah.
Because that's correct. Yeah, if the camera panned to the left, you would see cars with
not
confused
following
American
the
drivers.
roundabout.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just going straight through it, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, Gage is gonna turn the camera.
Are they-
Of course he is.
Do they really just go right through the roundabout? They
just go
Americans
straight
are dumb.
through,
We don't know
dude.
what to do. We're like,
I've seen so many cars do it, and they have painted it like it's got fresh road
we're
markings
moving.
on it. And I just see this
Alright.
guy right here, straight through. Ignored the yellow line. Nobody knows how to roundabout.
No matter how much we love the rocket, we got to show you what roundabout? What are you talking about?
The American mind can't comprehend.
If we
park
could,
there.
If we could go back to
Can't park there, mate.
Oh my goodness! You did not park in the roundabout.
So
Are you
American.
kidding me? Oh, wow!
Awesome.
And you have to be a Ford driver too.
It only took like 3 days, and the roundabout became park
Let's
about.
get back to the rocket. Let's get back to the rocket because we are eagerly waiting on this thing to lift. And guys in chat, just stay right where you are. The stream isn't going anywhere, but the 3 nerds on camera are probably going somewhere. I don't know about the 3 nerds out in the field, but they're going to be there waiting on this thing to lift. So I'm going to start thinking some people. But again, KMR radio is coming up in a little bit. Just stay right here. The stream is not going anywhere. When this thing lifts, we will... someone will be back on stream to talk us through the lift. There's a great shot of, what did we say? It's all Tower 2 Pad B thing. So many stuff. But yes, Alex, thank you for being here today on Countdown to Launch.
Yeah, let's see. I may be back later because, you know.
We're probably all going to be back later.
Yeah, it's going to be for the lift. Hopefully, 29 of these babies are going to be flying on Tuesday because this is Booster 14 on Flight 7. So hopefully, definitely the booster, like everything above it, will fly again. At least a few of these Raptors will probably be flying on Tuesday. Don't know, because we know there's like 20 reflown Raptors on the second flight of Booster 14, but maybe not 29 of these. Anyways, I digress.
I thought it was 29 of the 33. That's what I read. And Jack, the one and only, of course, wearing an orange NSF shirt. Available at shop.NASASpaceflight. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, Jack.
No. Thank you, everybody, for, huge amount of support. This was the patch release stream, if you can't tell, because of the thingy.
That's right.
Wherever it is. I can't. I'm bad at this. But yeah, it's a big deal. Like, we spend an inordinate amount of resources for every Starship launch because it's like our Super Bowl. And the patch and the merch and the support and the thumbs up and the telling your friends and family about us, that's how the machine is fueled. So if you like this machine, we appreciate you for supporting it because we all love to do this. I again apologize to the team, sincerely, and to our viewers that I won't be there for Flight 9 most likely, but, life is life. And the team is going to be out there in force. I'm excited to see what Jerry makes. I'm excited to see what Max makes. I'm excited to see what D makes. I'm excited to see what Gage makes. I'm excited to see what Caesar makes. I'm excited to see what John... Das makes. I can't call him John. The whole team's going to kill it, so...
This is John Guy.
I know, right? So, anyway, thank you everybody so much. Thank you, Gene, and this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, let me thank just a couple more people, and then again, the stream isn't going anywhere. Stay right here. When that ship moves, we're going to be right here on this stream. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for that super chat. Hello again. Appreciate you and the support that you give us. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. And then finally, Alan C. with a very, very generous $50 tip. And it literally says, just so Gene has to click another thing on the panel. Yeah, this finger hurts. My clicker finger got a workout today. And thank you. Happy to do it for everybody who went out and pre-ordered a patch, as I did live on stream with you guys. Thank you for being part of the family.
You say clicker finger?
We love that you're here. My clicker finger. That's what I said. Not these. These are different. Right?
Yeah,
guys, this is a lot of fun.
Let me just grab a drink out of my cup.
That's right.
With this completely normal way that I'm going to hold it.
Yeah. Huh, that's strange. I can't do it.
I've already drunk my coffee, so. But hey, yeah, mug. Anyways.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We will continue as soon as Ship 35 takes flight on the chopsticks for NSF. I'm Gene Rowley. We'll see you in a little bit, more than likely.
Hey, chat. What's going on? So I'm going to be honest, we're thinking it's going to be a couple more hours. So I will continue DJing for you. There will be real commentators coming back once we see some action. Well, we're seeing action on the pad. You can see all the people on the pad moving things and doing things. So, yeah, it's going to take a little time, I think, to live. So I'm going to go back to the music. We have people on standby, hopefully, to come back and actually talk intelligently to you when this thing starts to lift. We are waiting. We will continue to wait. We won't leave. Thank you, Dr. Holly. Thank you for trusting me. Don't trust me too much. But I'm going to put the music back on. I just wanted to give you a quick update. It is not imminent yet. It is definitely not imminent yet. But I think probably in the next couple hours, maybe. So I'm going to put the music back on, and we'll cycle through whatever I have on my playlist. All right. Talk to you later. Thanks, Dark Silver. That was so nice. think we're getting closer. This looks like we're getting closer, doesn't it? No, not hot mic. I'm just checking in with you guys, seeing how you doing. There's 1,450 of you hanging out with us, listening to music, looking at a rocket that's not going anywhere today. Well, not going anywhere yet today. It will go up on top of the booster. I can't stay in comms though, because no one wants to listen to me. I'm just checking in with you, making sure you guys are all okay. There's 1,450 of you hanging out with us at this point. I've actually been in my server room doing work, getting ready for what's supposed to happen on Tuesday. We're getting close, though. I think we're getting closer to a lift. I don't know if anyone is still awake to come do commentary at this point, but I will start pinging and getting people ready, because it's looking better, isn't it? So we did see, I guess, them removing those pressure lines. So that looks like that's done. We're getting close. Mercury and Metals, you definitely don't want to hear me commentate. Definitely do not. Is the music mixed okay? That I have control over. I don't have control over the rocket at all, but I have control over the music. Everett Fisher. You need the music list. I will work on the music list for you. I know I promised that last time Starship was about to fly, and we had a stream like this where we were waiting for like 12 hours for a lift. Yep, I promised it that time, and then I never got to it. I'm sorry. Oh, now there's more than 1,500 people in here. It's growing. Someone must have heard that I was talking. You don't want to hear me talk. Yeah, going a little bit between like new wave, I guess it is, and metal and space age music. I don't know. Keeps me going. I have the voice of a siren. Thank you. That is nice to hear. We're going to go back to music, but I have a feeling, I can't promise anything, I have a feeling we're getting closer. People in our back channels keep pinging me to tell me that things are happening. So, that's good news. I'm going to turn up the music again. I'll let you listen to it. I'll keep the views moving. I'll try to be a little more selective in what we're showing you, so you can see the things that are important now that stuff is getting done. And we'll be back with you once we see maybe a little bit of movement of that ship. See you soon. was sitting in my server room doing some upgrades for Tuesday, and then someone in our back channel said, "Oh my God." And I rushed over here because they thought that something was happening. I don't see anything happening, but what we do know is that we are getting closer. I promise, we are getting closer. Unfortunately, it's getting darker. But now at this point, our entire field team has rushed to the launch pad or to wherever they were going to be shooting from tonight. So we're going to start to see some more cameras come up, which is kind of cool because those cameras are better in the dark than our bot cameras. Yes, God has spoken. I am here. There are still no commentators to be found, but we'll wake them up when we have to. I know, never trust the back channel, right? The back channel is just always wrong. I was in the middle of doing some awesome reprogramming on my routers so things would work a little better, and well, I ran over here to come operate the stream. And it's still not going, but that's okay. Oh, did someone see the dance floor move? I think the dance floor was already gone, wasn't it? I don't know. I don't know. These aren't the things that I know because I'm not a commentator. I'm just here to operate, but there's no commentators. So, hi. Yes, we do. You're right, Brenton. We do need to give you a shout out for letting everybody know what the music has been for the last, how many hours have we been streaming? I don't even know. What is it, like 3, 4, 5 hours? Yeah, something like that. See, I didn't notice that. Oh, now I see it. I see it. I need to take CP16. Hold on. I have to go over to the other server. This is why I can't operate and talk at the same time, because then I start telling you what I'm doing. Look at that. You're right. I see it. That's the dance floor, and it has gone down. So there's progress. We're seeing progress. Hit 26 forever. That is right, UK Hudson. And I'm sorry my microphone is horrible. My microphone is tuned so people can hear me on comms, not so they can hear me on screen. Just hanging out, doing things, and waiting for some chatter. That's right, Ephemeral. So it looks like things are progressing in the right direction. I keep seeing, I insist that the tank farm has to spool up to do a lift, and I don't know why. That's so wrong, Mercury Metals. My voice is not majestic. It is annoying. I keep seeing like tank farms spooling up and stuff like that, and then like we saw the pressure hoses disconnect. We saw that happen. So we know we're getting close. We've seen all of the trucks that were on the pad leave. There's still some lifts around, but it's looking like we are getting closer. We appreciate you hanging out with us since 3 o'clock this afternoon for 6 hours and 40 minutes. But we're getting closer. We know that. And what we want to see is this ship fly just a little bit today, powered by chopsticks instead of rocket engines, because then we know we're one step closer. That's absolutely right, Ray. We will always remember Ship 26, the best ship. And I can say that because no one can stop me and no one can complain because I am literally the only one in our comms channel right now. Watch someone else who has powers to talk come in the comms channel. All right, guys. I am going to put it back on the auto sequence that I programmed so you can get a bunch of different views. And I'm going to step away just for a little bit. And then we'll be back. We'll be back soon. Distro? Are you talking like Linux distro, Connor? Now I have to wait. There's a little delay today because it was a countdown to launch stream. But now I have to wait for your answer. Oh, don't get me started on that, Martin. Hey, Alex believes it should be L minus. Jay believes it should be net minus. And Alex believes that we go to T minus once SpaceX confirms the actual launch time. But SpaceX hasn't confirmed the actual launch time. It's basically net. I guess it could be net too, but whatever. But that's sweet cameras. Yeah, I like them too because especially because I'm kind of operating this unattended and stepping away every once in a while. At least if a camera goes dead or goes gray, you only have to look at it for 5 seconds before it continues cycling on. The first launch window, correct. L designates time to first launch window, and that's what it is. Dark color. Where's everybody? All right, I'm going to do this because I've never gotten to do this. Where's everybody watching from? Come on, make the mods mad. I don't even know if the mods are still awake. Seattle, South Carolina. Wendy Hood. Hello, Wendy Hood. Oh no. Best Coast. Eric Fraser is on the Best Coast. New York City, Tokyo, Kansas. Oh, it's moving fast. Scotland, Las Vegas, Perth, Australia. Oh wow, you guys are from everywhere. Australia again, California, New Jersey, Netherlands, Moscow. Nice. Moscow is one of my favorite cities in the world. I traveled there a couple times. Texas, Cornwall, Cali, Virginia, California, Manchester, New York, Mount Vernon, Washington, Erie, Pennsylvania, Fort Worth, Texas, Germany, New York again, Michigan, Blairstown, New Jersey, West Virginia, Houston, Texas, England, Canada, Georgia, Michigan, San Antonio, Grenada? What? Renton. That's pretty cool. I might have to come visit you. Sheffield, Providence, San Jose, Mexico, Philippines, Dallas, Portugal. I just lost my spot. Maine, Vancouver Island, Pennsylvania, Washington, Atlanta, Turkey, Dallas, Lincoln, England. Where's Lincoln? Is that like Lincolnshire? Because actually I have been there. Bamboo, Jamaica. Nice. Okay, I may have to visit you too because Jamaica's just a beautiful place. Jacksonville, Florida, Iowa, Burton, Ireland. I lived in Ireland for 4 years. Mara, Louisiana, Scotland, Indianapolis, Toronto, Portland, Southeast Washington, California. I think you're lying. I think you're definitely lying, Pete. Phoenix, Arizona, France, Minnesota, Turkey again, California, Toronto, Jacksonville, New York City, Panama, Phoenix, Arizona again, Burton, UK? I do not know where that is. Humboldt County for California, Leicester, England, I've been there. I'm going to read all of them. Why not? Minnesota, Oxford, England, Southwest Georgia, Arkansas, Santa Fe, Argentina. Wait, what? Argentina. Right, Severin, I think you are probably lying, because I don't believe there's anybody currently living in the Sea of Tranquility on the moon. Mobile, Alabama. Brenton is on Earth. That is good for now. Soon we will be saying that there are people on the moon and Mars. Okay, I think some of you are just spewing out cities, towns, countries. I don't believe all of these anymore. Yeah, see, yeah. No one's living in North Korea. I mean, there are people living in North Korea, but you're probably not on our stream if you are. All right, I'm gonna go back to music if that's okay with you. And like I said, once we see this thing start to lift, we'll have some people to talk to you who actually know how to talk about rockets. How about that? Sound like a good plan? I'll see you a little later. Hey guys, I found some commentators. Who do we have?
Hi Kevin, this is Sawyer. I guess I'll be taking over the hosting for tonight's lifting stream. Hi Kevin. Hello everyone in chat as well. Yes, as you can see, things are lifting here. We finally have lift. So I am going to host right now. I am not alone though. I am joined by Alex as well. Alex, how's it going?
It's going well. I mean, it's a little bit late here, but hey, you know, it's very uplifting to see all of this.
Oh, nice pun. I appreciate that. Cody is also joining us on comms. Cody, how's it going?
Hello, I'm here. I very much enjoyed that pun. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. See, it wasn't me this time.
You know, since it's a little bit late in the night, you know, some jokes here and there might be good to lift the spirits. Hey.
Oh,
wow.
Another one.
Breaking news, Alex has puns.
Quick, Kevin, breaking news.
Oh, no. Yes, that is breaking news. Alex outpunned Sawyer. Anyway, yeah, so welcome back, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us on probably the longest countdown to launch in NSF history here as we get ready for a full vehicle
Famous
stack.
last words.
Yeah, as we get ready for a full vehicle stack with Ship 35 ready to be placed on top of Booster 14 ahead of Flight 9, which is currently scheduled for, gosh, less than 2 days from now for the opening of the window. That is horrifying, but awesome. So, Alex, can you kind of catch people up who may have just been joining or had us unmute and we all of a sudden startled the heck out of them with our commentary?
Yeah, I mean, they rolled out Ship 35 earlier today, a bit past noon Central Time, and currently it is 9:26 p.m. Central Time, so it's been a while since that. We went live for Countdown to Launch, and we thought, ooh, they seem to be preparing for a lift, and then suddenly we started to see, you know, a lot of other things, and we were like, you know what, let's go to music, maybe they're gonna lift soon, and hey, you know, might not have been a bad idea because they're lifting now. So they lifted off from the stand there, from the transport stand. They're still holding it there. That's okay. That's normal. We've seen this in the past, right? They keep it there for a little bit, trying to make some final checks, and then they raise it all the way up and put it on the booster. It's normal for us to see every now and then as they proceed up to that lift, to see some points in that lift where they hold for a few minutes, just trying to check out some things. We don't mind the holds, especially when it's all the way up at the highest point, because then our photographers in the field will be able to gather all sorts of imagery of that engine section. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Exactly, and hopefully we can get a better idea of the engine numbers as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the other things as well. Unlike the booster, when they lift the booster, they can keep the covers on because, you know, eventually they'll just be able to remove it. They have access to the booster engines. But the ship, once it's lifted on the booster, there's no access to the engine covers or anything like that, so they don't cover them. We might get some of those numbers on those engines.
Yes, we will hopefully see that. Of course, we know that we're still talking with the V2s, but it will be nice to get the exact engine numbers and then see if we can go back through all of our testing footage at McGregor and, you know, do all the fun spreadsheet work, I'm sure.
By the way, guys, over the last 5 hours, I've had some time to play, and we have some breaking news.
Oh my goodness.
The booster is stacked.
Really?
I think we're ready for flight here. I don't think we need to do anything else.
I'm just surprised he didn't do that transition with like a cube zoom on top of the breaking news stinger.
There you go, folks. Breaking news stinger your way. I mean, it's not like the Flame Trench where we had Ryan Weber on top, but actually, I think this is better. Anyway,
Alex heavy.
A reminder as we go through the lift here, if you have any questions, you can tag us at NASASpaceflight. We'll do our best to answer as many of them as we can. Goodness gracious. And yes, in case you weren't aware from earlier, you can now pre-order the Flight 9 patch as you see all of those flying by with the merch pies there in the corner of the screen. Goodness gracious. So, Cody, I mean, we are...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, but...
Look at that.
I'm looking.
What do you see there?
It's lifting. Look at that. Look at the ship.
Oh, right behind. Yes, right behind the launch
Because
mount.
it was stopped. Yeah, it was stopped before. It's all the way across the launch mount. It was stopped in the air. It was sort of hanging there, but now it's actually lifting. It's very slow, but
But it's perceivable.
it's actually moving.
You can see it. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so Cody, about how long do these lifts usually take?
Not too long. From what I remember, it's like usually about a half hour, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know off the top of my head, but from what I remember, it's about 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roughly
cool.
about that. The first few stacks, I remember, it was like an eternity compared to now. It used to be like an hour or an hour and a half or something like that, because it was the first few times, right? It is true, though, that sometimes things still do not go to plan sometimes on some of these lifts. We've seen that very recently. I think it was on Flight 7, where they had to sort of adjust the ship or I think it was Flight 8. I remember there was a recent flight, I don't know if it was 7 or 8, where they dinged one of the pins on the hot staging ring, so they had to readjust the ship. Yeah, right? And it took like 2 hours. It seemed like an eternity compared to, a normal regular lift. So yeah, sometimes things do not go entirely to plan, and it takes a little bit longer, but yeah, as you said, roughly 30 minutes, 40 minutes, that's the usual.
Exactly. And I did see a question here that I want to make sure we answer. It seems like a simple question, but it can be confusing. Cody, with the L minus clock there in the top left, that is not lift minus. What do we, just for those wondering, the L minus portion there?
Yes, that is launch minus there for L.
Exactly. Since we don't know if they're going to target the exact seconds of the beginning of the window and things like that, that is time until the window opens, plus that gets rid of any holds, any potential questions, things like that. That is just a straight countdown clock to launch. Ooh, that'd be a good name for a show, Countdown to Launch, wouldn't it?
That would.
Engines.
Yes, you can see the engines, the 3 Raptor vacuums and the 3 Raptor sea levels underneath there that will hopefully actually bring this vehicle on its trajectory, and we get to see one of them relight in space. So do we know which engine is the one for the relight, Alex?
I will have to look back at the Flight 6 engine relight, because I don't exactly remember which one of the 3. There's like 1 on the leeward side and then 2 on the heat shield side. Sort of in a triangle, right? And so I feel like it was engine 1, which is the one on the heat shield side of things. Excuse me, not the other way around, on the leeward side of things. But yeah, I feel like us collectively should right now look at those engines and be like, behave. If you remember from Flight 8, apparently what happened is that one of those engines, one of the center engines, sort of, go the unplanned way, so to speak, right? Had a run, essentially. Some hardware failure or configuration, as SpaceX called it. So yeah, U6, you behave.
Yeah, please. That would be very nice. As well as the attic behaving, as well as all the vents behaving, and hopefully we actually get to test the updated heat shield configurations too. Because Cody, they've been trying now. This will be the 3rd attempt to try the adjustments that they made for this version 2 ship, and this time in particular, they are going a little bit different with the heat shielding, even from the last 2 attempts, right?
I'm not so sure about the exact changes to 35 here. I know for V2 that they kind of reduced the amount there about how much heat shielding they actually have. Alex, do you know the exact changes they made for 35 compared to the other V2 variants?
Yeah, the 35 integrates a lot of the same sort of heat shield experiments that they were trying for 33 and 34. So that is flights 7 and 8. But there's a few slight changes. For example, on flights 7 and 8, one of the things they did was removing tiles on certain portions of the ship. On 35, they've done the same, but in a weird, different way, and I guess it's probably even smarter way, if I should say so, which is they've only done that on one half of the, like on, I think it's on the left-hand side, looking at the heat shield of the ship. The right-hand side is mostly clean, I think, except for the engine section, for the aft section, essentially. So that way, they're going to be able to do sort of like an A/B test, right? They're going to go through re-entry, hopefully, right? And one side with some of those missing tiles, they're going to be able to gather data on that, and then compare it to the one that is cleaner, that actually does have those tiles installed. And I'm sure you can probably see already some of those missing tiles on this side, because this is the side that actually has some of those. And of course, you know, a lot of the upgrades from block 2, like as we can see there, the modified forward flaps, for example, those are going to be very important to test to make sure that, you know, we don't have a flight 4 situation with a little flap that could.
I mean, the fact that flap held on is still mind-boggling to me, that through all of that heating and everything, it still managed to do, you know, a flip. Basically with all of the version 1s, to be honest. I'm amazed they made it through.
Yeah. And of course, as you know, as I mentioned before, like there are other experiments as well that they also tried to do on flights 7 and 8, but they weren't able to do. As we said, you know, the engine relight and also the deployment of Starlinks. That Starlink number has changed over the few flights. Flight 7 was 10 Starlink simulators. On Flight 8, it was just 4, and on this one, it's going to be 8. Going back to the heat shield, of course, there's going to be also metallic tiles as well. One of them with actively cooled, essentially, it's going to be an actively cooled tile. There's going to be many other materials testing as well, backup materials as well for the, what they call it, the ablative materials, right, that they have below some of these tiles. So definitely a lot of the things that they just never got to test on these previous 2 flights.
Yeah, and again, we're hoping we actually get to that point for this particular flight as well, if we're being totally honest. And along those lines, by the way, Alex, with the tile, Blushy Boy was asking, do you think metal thermal cool tiles would be more useful for certain tiles or total coverage? Because, like, you know, again, got to bring it up with Shuttle, they were different tiles for different parts of the vehicle that experience different levels of heating. Do you think that might be something that would be kind of in those hottest areas, so to speak?
It might. There's also the fact that, you know, I'm assuming that most of the people watching right now are aware of the Nova rocket from Stoke, right? The one that has the integrated heat shield that sort of has cooling loops and everything. It's like integrated to the hydrogen tank. So the hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen, cools down the heat shield itself. But that kind of heat shield for a vehicle like Starship, you will have to imagine something that is a lot wider at the base, so that it can do that kind of re-entry. Otherwise, the heat shield side that you see there, because if you intend to re-enter sideways instead of sort of engines first, if you will, right? Then all of that's a larger surface area, which means you're wasting a lot of that methane. In the case of Starship, will probably be what they use. You will be wasting a lot of that propellant on cooling tiles. But if it's only on certain spots, the ones that really do need that coolant, right? Like if you really just need it on certain parts of the ship, then that makes a lot more sense, because then you're sort of utilizing the best of both worlds. You have heat shield tiles, silica tiles on most of the ship, but then on those regions where, you know, there's a lot more heat, or, you know, you cannot manage that entirely with just the silica tiles, then probably those, you know, cooling tiles, then that will probably make a lot more sense. But we'll see this is not the finished product, if you will, right? We'll see later down the line, especially with Block 3 vehicles. We're probably gonna see some Block 4 or 5 or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we got Block 5 already with Falcons, so who knows what we'll get to with Starship. Also, seeing the Spotlight coming out. That's not the drone Spotlight, right? That's the. It looks like one from the ground almost.
Not so sure. Oh, yeah, it's from the ground. Okay, it's from the ground. Because, I mean, it might sound very silly what I said about not so sure, but there was a time where we saw one of those drones. It had a really big, powerful spotlight.
Yep.
So that's why I was like, I don't know.
That's why I was hesitant too, because I'm like, I remember they had the giant drone spotlight at one point.
Yep.
Looks like also, Cody, from the back channel here, we're getting some updates from our field team. What are they saying at this point?
Yeah, so they're saying that the ship quick disconnect arm is slowly coming in here in anticipation for stacking. So that ship quick disconnect, is the umbilical that connects the tower to the actual ship, how they're able to fuel the ship, and stuff like that. So that the arm could be just coming in here, so once they finally get it stacked, they can hook up that ship quick disconnect.
Yeah, you can see there the carriage system where the chopsticks are located, right? And it's already past the height of the quick disconnect. So, back in the day, they waited until the ship was actually on the booster to move the quick disconnect arm. Nowadays, they have this, a lot more quicker and faster and everything. So they just move it as soon as the carriage system clears the height of the quick disconnect, because it's a lot faster, and so it makes sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you can see it there on the left side of your screen, working its way in. It almost looks like it's going to hit into the hot stage ring, but obviously it's not going to.
You can also see there are lights on the quick disconnect. Those and there's also cameras. If we were to have a really amazing zoom in that arm, but they also the arm now also helps with the alignment of the ship as well, because it has those cameras, those lights and everything, and especially during the night, it's probably very helpful to have that close-up look and with the lights and everything.
Yeah, I do miss the day stacking, I'm going to be totally honest, but I get why they kind of do it at night, little as little disruption as possible to everyone else going on. But yeah, again, there is that quick disconnect. The team also saying that the chopstick arms are being extra creaky tonight. So apparently it sounds, per Max Evans, quote unquote, like a haunted house.
Oh, I thought he was going to say like Jack, but anyways.
No, that would be like Dan, I think.
Very creepy.
And I'm now officially banned from visiting Starbase in the NSF team with that. Anyway.
Still, at least you don't get fireworks.
True. Owen with a question here saying, how does SpaceX pressurize tanks for flight? They were also wondering about what the TPS tiles are made of. You kind of mentioned it, Alex, but Cody, the heat shield tiles, the regular ones at least, what are those made out of, and how does that prevent the ship from getting super hot?
Right. So the tiles are made of a silica material, and what that silica material does is it traps little pockets, right? We want to try and insulate the actual ship from the hot plasma of reentry. As you're going through reentry, you're creating so much friction as you're pushing through the atmosphere that it generates heat, right? And so what these silica tiles do is they have little kind of air pockets, microscopic air pockets with inside of them to prevent heat from transferring through, right? It's having a void or some sort of gas or just gaps inside of your material means that you're going to have much better thermal insulation. I mean, think of a house, right? You're putting fiberglass in the walls to keep that insulation. Think of that on a much tighter scale, also on a scale that is able to help against, or able to withstand that crazy reentry heating. This is kind of a technology that's first started with, I believe, the space shuttle, with the kind of tough rock tiles, not the same material, but it is a very similar technology where you're getting these kind of air-pocketed materials that are able to stand high temperatures to help a spacecraft survive re-entry, instead of a more ablative system like we see on Orion that actually takes bits of like cork and then throws the heat away from the vehicle. Those sort of systems are way less reusable. So this is the best method for something that aims to be super rapidly reusable.
And speaking of aiming, it looks like they are aiming to start rotating the vehicle now. You can see the ship rotating to hopefully then move atop the booster and be lowered onto the pins on top of the hot stage ring there. Now, in terms of the list of this, Alex, I've seen some people questioning this in chat. So, are they or are they not using the catch pins to lift yet?
They are not using the catch pins. We explained this way earlier in the stream when we actually had cams. So if you want to have a little bit more comprehensive explanation, that can probably work. But in summary, these chopsticks are not meant to either lift or catch a ship with those versions of the catch pins. And so what they're using is the traditional, good old method of there's like a deployable system of pins on those chopsticks that deploy and engage on the ship. There's like a hole on each side where they go in. There's also the little stabilizer arms, the pinkies. Oh my god, I still remember that. And then that's sort of the whole deal. The whole process for the old method, it's still valid because even though they have installed the catch pins, the old hardware is still there. So obviously they're not going to be throwing that away as long as they can use that. And as I was saying, the catch pins, they are a different design than the ones you see there. For example, on the booster between those grid fins. You can see the one on the right hand side, for example. So those pins are a little bit different on the ship than on the booster, and they sort of don't fit. It's like, I don't know, the AC plugs on the US versus the ones in Europe, right? So you need some kind of adapter or something if you want to have something like that in. We have not seen such a thing.
More volts, more better. But yeah, but these are a slightly different catch pins, kind of, from what we saw at least on the first 2 attempts of the version 2, right?
Yeah, the first 2 are not structural. These are for real. In fact, they have actually used them. So while they have not used them here for a lift with the chopsticks, they have used them for lifts with cranes inside the Mega Bay 2. When they were sort of lifting them off from the work stand or on top of a transport stand or the static fire stand. In all of those procedures, they were able to use those catch pins because they are now structural. They are now for real. So if you want to use them to lift the ship, you just need the right sort of mechanisms. And fortunately, as I said before, those chopsticks are not cut for that, right? But a crane, some slings and everything that should work.
Almost like maybe they had actually planned to go for the ship catch had they, had a ship to be able to catch after the first couple flights of version 2. Anyway, I'm not bitter. You are. Let's see here. Interesting question about the payload. So I guess the question is, in terms of the dummy links, I know the boilerplates, whichever you would prefer to call them. Is it an issue in terms of if for some reason something goes wrong with the door and they don't deploy out, would that have a major effect on its trajectory on its way down?
Well, Starship is a unique vehicle as in, because of its design, because of the fin locations, it can kind of adjust and have some downmass capability, right? So as Starship lands, it can use its fins to adjust where its center of pressure is and how lift is acting on the vehicle. So you really could have a wider range of center of mass locations. I'd assume the only problem could be if they plan to have enough fuel on board for the burn. It would take a little bit more fuel. But generally through atmospheric reentry, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. with the shuttle, there was a little bit of downmass capability as it glided back. But on something like Starship, it actually has a little bit wider of a range of downmass capability to bring stuff back.
Yeah, because I mean, someone else in chat pointed out the fact that, or was it Wyatt, who said that, do we think the payload bay doors will actually open and close without trouble? Seemed a little weird back on Flight 3, as we see the drone, by the way, also on the screen now. Has it really been since Flight 3, since we saw them do the test opening the Pez dispenser door, Alex?
Yeah, it's been a while since that, and it didn't look like like it was that successful. I believe the mechanism is a little bit different. It's largely based on that one, but it's slightly different. It's a little bit easier and probably more reliable. So here's hoping, that we get a successful opening of that payload bay. I mean, to be very, very technical, they did get the opening right. It was the closing that got wrong, right? So
True.
if they open the payload bay door, they probably can still, yeet those Starlink simulators and deploy them and everything. As for whether that payload bay door will close or not, we'll see. That was the thing that seemed to not go so well on Flight 3.
Yeah, what? Getting heat inside your ship is it a bad thing or something?
I really want to see another shot of all the gas escaping out of Starship. That was the coolest view on that mission when the door opened and you could just see all the remaining atmosphere in the vehicle kind of rushing out. I thought that was such a cool shot there.
It really was. It was so cool. Yeah, I guess, do we maybe get to see something else? A Mechazilla, a banana, some other kind of, secondary payload to the Starlink mass simulators?
A plushy crab.
Yes. Now we're
a
talking.
Jeb. We need a Jeb flying on one of these.
How have there not been more Kerbal Space Program references in the Starship program? Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
The memes are perfect for it, folks. The memes are perfect. Anyway, here's one from Lapland. They were saying, how do they line up the ship and booster rotation-wise? Do they rotate the ship on the SPMTs? So how do they get that lined up so that, they're in the correct orientation with the heat shield and everything there? Cody?
On the actual arms themselves, the pins help center it, right? So as they go to lift, you have it all centered, and then you rotate your arms over. Then to actually line it up, you use the cameras on the quick disconnect to just ever so slightly adjust and line it up on the actual claws releases, whatever you call it, on Super Heavy, interfacing with Starship there. So it's really like Alex was saying earlier, the pinkies on the bottom and in the actual the arms, they're able to. I was watching earlier. It keeps it all aligned as you're stacking.
There you go.
Yeah.
And pre-lift, they can just move the SPMT. It's on wheels.
Yep.
Lots of wheels, in fact.
Quite a few.
How to stack the world's most powerful rocket? Just pins. It's pins all the way down. You've got pins on the chopsticks, pins to move the pins on the chopsticks. You have the stabilizers, which can sort of count as pins because it's like there's also a socket where the stabilizers go in. Like it's just pins all the way down. That's how it works.
What was this? Pimp my Starship? I heard you like pins, so I got you some pins to lift your pins so you can lift your pins while you pin.
Exactly. Just a notch here, notch there, and everything works out.
Which, by the way, there was a question from Rex here of what are the catch pins made of, and do you think they'll survive re-entry, Alex?
Well, I assume it's probably more steel, right? They are also sort of shrouded in some of that thermal protection system material as well. They also have like extra reinforcements as well around the catch pins. Of course, for this flight, there's not going to be any ship catch or booster catch for the matter. But it's going to be very, very important to put that kind of hardware through reentry because it sticks out, right? It's going to encounter that plasma, and so it's going to be very important to test that and make sure that whenever they actually try to bring back a ship, that thing is not, some molten block of steel or something like that just hanging off the side of the ship. It really needs to survive reentry to be able to land. Otherwise, that thing is going to the Gulf.
Yeah, that's a good point. It would be nice to actually have that come back in one piece and all that, but then again, it also has to make it into space in one piece too. So, well, let's see here. Tim's3883 with a great question. Where can I go to learn what SPMT and other acronyms mean? If only we had a video on all of the acronyms related to everything you need to know ahead of Starship's next flight. Oh wait, we do! It's available right here at NASASpaceflight on our YouTube channel. Thank you for help with the subtle plug there for the video. It's appreciated. Let's see. Couple more good questions coming in here. Severin's asking, does the ship have the same engine out capability as the booster? Can it ascend on 5 of 6 engines or catch on 2 of 3? Do either of you know what the engine out capability would be for the ship side?
I'm gonna take that one because I like the catch side of things. Because we actually saw, if you remember way back to the high altitude flights, as they call them, the hops, essentially, to 10 kilometers, 12 and a half kilometers. They tried to figure out what was the appropriate configuration of engines, right? Like, they started doing relights for the flip with 2 engines on SN8 and SN9. Then they were like, yeah, you know what? Let's slide all 3 engines and then down select as we land. They can land with just 1 engine on the ship. Now, for the flip though, if they have 3 engines, better, right? That gives you more control, let's say, right? But they can also do it with just 2 engines. I mean, they were trying to do that with SN8 and SN9, and when SN15 landed, one of those center engines did not work, and they actually disabled that. And so that landing burn was done with 2 engines, and they were not even symmetrical. They were like, the top and bottom right, if you look at the triangle with the leeward on top, right? So it was not even super symmetrical, but it still landed. Now, for a ship catch, we'll see. I do hope that they can still do, 2 engine flips and landing burns and things like that, and have that redundancy built in. For ascent, we see what happens when a lot of engines shut down, and unfortunately, it does not go well for the ship. Maybe with 1 RVAC, for example, the 3 sea levels with their gimbaling capabilities, they can still support that. Maybe 2 RVACs could be a bit of a stretch. Maybe 1 RVAC, 1 sea level. Different configurations. There's 6 engines and 3 gimbaling, 3 non-gimbaling, and blah blah blah. So there's many combinations there. So yeah, I think maybe those kind of combinations might work. Anything beyond that, I'm not so sure.
So it would have to be lucky of what goes out and what doesn't. All right, I guess
yeah.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But again, hopefully all of that works fine, but of course the big thing for this flight is the booster itself, and that booster is once again flying for the 2nd time, Booster 14, and that is reflected on the Starship Flight Test 9 patch that is now available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Jack did a phenomenal job getting this one ready. You can see it there. There is D, in fact, wearing a shirt, and it's orange, with the new patch on board. Of course, you can get all the details on all the little nitty-gritty fun stuff on the website. It's available in shirts, it's available in mugs, it's available in patches, stickers, all of your favorites here at NSF. I love seeing all the team wearing the shirt out there, by the way. That is so cool. And the cube zoom back. But yes, that is at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. The support that you guys have already been giving for this, I've been flipping through all of the store messages on the bottom of the screen that have come through while we were in KMR FM, and it's just been spectacular. So thank you all for the support with that. And yes, make sure you get that pre-order for your Starship Flight Patch 9, because once again, as is the case with our patches, we print a limited run, and once they are out, they are out. We do not reprint them again. I saw someone asking if they could get a Flight 3 patch from somebody. So yeah, because once they're gone, again, we don't have any more of them.
The Stinger is also cool because you can see the patch animated. Can we get the Stinger?
Right, Ryan Caton with the animation on that as well, aka our entire graphics department.
It's not the Stinger that I... Wrong button, Kevin. There
it
you go.
is.
There we go.
Breaking news: the ship is moving downwards, though. So a reminder, Cody, for those who might have missed earlier or who haven't seen the actual attachment here. How does the how does the ship and booster actually connect to each other here?
Yeah, so there are little. I still don't know what to say for them. Like claws, they're clamps that actually latches. That's the best word for them. Latches. There's some latches that actually connect booster and ship here. So like a little pin and a little latch will actually connect together. Think of like a little, almost like a train couple. Keeping these two together. So what they're doing right now is they're just trying to align those, trying to make sure that they're all lined up for the stacking here. Once they get them fully aligned, they clamp those together so that they're secure for flight.
There you go. And they have a little bit of guidance to make sure that they get centered there too, right?
Yeah, so they got I'm going to say it again, the pinkies almost of the stabilizers, shift them around just a little bit. You got the arms moving a little bit just to make sure they're all lined up and ready for stacking here.
The pins themselves as well, they have sort of these, I don't know, sort of triangular shape, but you cut like a little bit of the tip of the triangle, right? And so they have that sort of shape, and that allows the ship to gently sit down, like, you know, it sort of helps to settle and align itself as it comes down onto the hot staging ring. And so it's a double feature there. And so it has 4 of those guides, right? But only 3 of them have the clamps that you just mentioned. So it's a bit weird because they added a 4th just for alignment purposes, because they got a bunch of the early stackings very, very bad and yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I mean, older stackings took way longer than this, so it's really cool to see them go so quick, especially as they're moving towards rapid reusability, right? So it's like being able to stack these very fast is very important for that future mission.
Yeah,
Yep.
And they also kind of knocked off a part of one of those, if I remember last time, it was Flight 8, I think. So yeah, was that the part that came tumbling down that we saw?
yeah, there's like a little bit of a protection on the top of those guidings, of those guides that I just mentioned, right? And it's right in the middle of those guides where they have the hook or clamp or whatever you want to call them, right? That sort of goes in and reaches to the base of the ship and sort of clamps onto it. It's kind of crazy that this whole thing is just attached via 3 little clamps, essentially.
It is absolutely impressive. So yeah, we will hope for no falling debris, as someone was asking about in chat there. By the way, Cosmo Sim was wondering, on the patch, what is the II for? That is the 2, because this is the first ever booster to fly for a second time. And usually with Falcon 9, if a booster flies for multiple times, you'll get a -2 at the end of it. And the Roman numeral is the II, so that is why you have the 2 I's on the screen for the second flight of booster number 14. Although, again, it is a shame that it will not be actually flown again after this or caught, right, Cody?
Yeah, so they're going for the offshore divert this time, which is a little bit unfortunate. I really wanted to see this booster around again, but unfortunately we won't be seeing that this flight. But yeah, it's a little unfortunate.
It being landing in the water and everything, and it being okay, Captain.
Aye, Captain.
Oh no!
What is with me tonight? Oh no! All the puns are
I'm
going to
surprised
Alex.
you didn't make that joke because he said I so many times. I was like, oh, say it.
Alex is on fire tonight with the puns.
And not just because he was placed on top of or at the base of the rocket, thanks to Kevin. But yeah, there you go. Here's a question from Frosty Tanks. They're asking Alex, is the booster partially pressurized when a ship is stacked on it, or can it handle the weight without being pressurized?
In theory, it should be able to without pressure, but they still do it just for good measure. We heard a little bit of venting, I think, from the tank farm before the lift. That's usually a bit of a how's the word?
Indicator?
Of a clue, yeah, or indicator. I wouldn't say fully that is an indicator, but it's very suspicious, right? Because every time they lift a ship on top of the booster, you sort of hear a little bit of the tank farm noises. So maybe they do pressurize it. We believe that there's a good chance that they do, but yeah.
Yeah, because you see, there's always that little sort of beam, so to speak, coming off of that tank farm down there. Why is that during stack? Is that just preparing anything?
Well.
Keeping things cold, or what?
Yeah, the little bit of venting there is just from the ground tanks and everything. Some of the liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen tanks there. So they are enclosed tanks, and they are not boil off, like zero boil off, perfect containment or anything. They need a little bit of relief, if you will, there. So that's sort of the venting from the ground tanks. Very little venting. Like, these are huge tanks. That venting is nothing compared to how big they are.
Oh, on the day of flight, yes, they're quite different.
Yeah.
I do want to take a minute to thank some people here who, throughout all of this, have been supporting. I mean, besides the amazing support that we've seen in the shop, some people have also been super chatting here. Dark Silver, thank you for the $10 Canadian. No message, but we appreciate it. Adam, thank you as well. We're all good. Thank you for checking. I know as the stream went on, things were getting quite musical there. Daniel, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Launch Heaven, thank you for the super chat there. Chromatic, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Nibbles with saying 160,700 seconds until launch, but who's counting? Harvey saying y'all are great, always looking forward to the next broadcast. Thank you very much for that. Doug Ramsey saying, stack me, stack me. I think that's what we're doing here. Doug also gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. And then Commander Ghost becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. That includes pre and post shows for the Flame Trench, awesome photos that you'll get to see back there, access to all the different channels, spaceflight related, food related, gaming related, all there. So thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. And again, now is probably one of the best times to get that membership, because then you get all of the member perks for flight with the multi-views, behind the scenes. There's a lot of exciting extras that you get right before flight in particular. So if you're considering it or debating it, now is the time ahead of Flight 9, in my opinion. Under Pigman is asking, Cody, what was the difference between IFT, I know Alex hates that, 7 and 8, so flights 7 and 8, when the ships exploded? So what was the difference between the two that SpaceX noted?
Yeah, so for IFT 7, it was noted that it was the vibration issue, right? With some sort of vibrations happening on the ship. Some people call that pogo oscillation, and notably, from what SpaceX posted for Flight 8, they said that it was despite the mitigation, there may have been a different issue that triggered around the same time within, I believe it was one of the sea level Raptors, correct me if I'm wrong there, that actually caused a RUD for that engine. So a little bit of weird wording there, but it is, from what they're saying, 2 different issues, kind of unrelated.
Yeah, what was the terminology? Liberating the engine?
Yes. There was an observation on the engine.
Yeah, Flight 7 was Bad Vibes, and Flight 8 was Rowdy Raptor, I guess.
Rowdy Raptor. I like it.
Oh,
come on, Kevin, that
but
wasn't bad.
it sort of drives the point across, right? Like, you get it quickly if you say it like that. Bad Vibes, Rowdy Raptor. It clicks.
It's a good way to remember.
Just like these two will click soon, hopefully.
Oh, look at that. Jeez, I hand my pun tokens to you for this stream. Goodness gracious. Here's one from nobody. They're asking, has the FTS, the flight termination system pins, already been pulled? Will they have to destack again to pull them? Do they even still do the pin pulls, Alex?
You know, I have actually not paid much attention after we went out with the music, but it hasn't been there for long. And we speculated when the rollout happened of Ship 35 that maybe because the charges are there, we know that they are there because they had the explosives hazard placard right at Mega Bay, and even when they rolled it out to Massey's, it still had the charges, and at Massey's they had the same plague thing, and so. When they roll it out, it did have the charges. It still has the charges, but of course, the pins that they mentioned here on this comment is there's like a physical system that sort of prevents the charges to be triggered, sort of accidentally, some electronic command from the computers or something like that, right? So there's like a physical barrier there, and they need to remove that. I'm gonna be honest, I have not seen the ship ever since we went off because I've been taking that time to do all the things. But perhaps it already had the pins removed from Mega Bay. It's not been that long since they rolled out, so we'll see if they are on the ship. Then they will need to destack, and then you will see another destack from now till lunchtime, right? And so. If we see that, then there are pins there on the ship, and therefore, we could still see them destacking for other reasons. But I don't want any of the other reasons.
Yeah, this close to launch, it feels like it would be kind of counterintuitive to not already pull the pins and place it on there. The fact that we are less than 2 days away from launch, it seems like that's about the time that they would get the flight termination system on and armed, so to speak, because obviously they've had the actual charges attached a little bit longer. Here's a question. Yeah, people are noticing the tank farm and things, which we just discussed a little bit ago, but the main thing people are asking is, can they do a wet dress rehearsal? Are they not doing a wet dress rehearsal? Could they do a wet dress rehearsal without closing the beach? Cody, what do we think?
Well, they would clear the area for any sort of wet dress rehearsal, right? Anytime you're working around a lot of cryogenic propellants, especially something like methane and liquid oxygen, you don't want people around anywhere around a vehicle like that. So they would certainly close the beach. As for tank timing, like how much consumables they have, I'm not too sure if they have enough for wet dress rehearsal, but they certainly could. In the past, they've done wet dress rehearsals before flight. So this close to flight, I'm not too sure. They only have a couple days here until flight, so it would be a bit of a tight schedule. Maybe Alex can remind me of the actual how much consumables they have, if they have enough for a wet dress rehearsal or not.
Yeah. So first, I'm gonna address the actual question about why is the tank farm waking up. The tank farm did not wake up like you will see on a launch day, not even close. Just to put that in perspective, it's just that we heard a little bit of the venting. Sometimes you hear that kind of stuff when, for example, they pressurize the booster and the ship and things like that. Obviously, the ship no, because it's not right now attached to the ground systems. But once it does, sometimes you hear a little bit of that venting. You can hear over the PA announcements. You can hear sometimes loud venting from the ship or loud venting from the booster and things like that, right? That aside, the wet dress rehearsal for this will be on Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Central. That's the window for the wet dress rehearsal. And I say that sort of in jest because, look, right now we're at a point where as soon as they scheduled this for Tuesday, May 27th, they locked themselves with no sort of wet dress rehearsal possible. The reason for that is because they will need to close the beach. And as it turns out, they cannot do that on Memorial Day, which is Monday, May 26th, and also the weekend preceding that. So essentially yesterday and today. So because of that, they are not able to close the beach, and therefore they cannot do this kind of large scale testing. Could they do some kind of pressurization of the ship and the booster and things? Probably, yeah. That can probably be done. Just maybe closing the launch pad and keeping the road open and the beach open and things like that. But big scale stuff, not possible, unless they were to do something maybe on the morning of Tuesday. But other than that, I'm mostly expecting that they're going to treat the first launch attempt sort of as a wet dress rehearsal, and if everything goes well, they're just, just going to send it. Flight 8 happened the same way, right? The first launch attempt, they did not do any wet dress rehearsals. They just went into the first launch attempt on March 3rd, and it scrubbed. And they went to another launch attempt on May 6th, and it worked. So, well, worked. It launched. The ship did not work, but, hopefully this time around it will.
I mean, technically, every launch attempt is a wet dress rehearsal until it lifts off.
Exactly, yeah.
Until it ignites the engines, then it's a static fire until the hold-down clamps are released or it reaches the correct thrust-to-weight ratio, and then it launches.
And Josh, I see your comment in chat. No, because every single time they do a tanking test that involves doing, loading things like methane and liquid oxygen, and even just a partial tanking test will still involve the closure of the beach. Overpressure notices are only sent for static fires, and to be honest, the recent static fires at the pad have not, or at least I don't remember or recall any overpressure notices being sent. But yeah, the overpressure notices are completely different. We're talking about closing the beach, and they cannot do that on Memorial Day. And any sort of large-scale testing, including loading propellants, that will still be that sort of, test that will need to close the beach.
Exactly. Maybe we'll catch some cool fireworks, though, on the beach with Starship in the foreground. I mean, I'm sure our team out there is already planning some cool shots. Let me take a moment to thank some more people here. Jared, thank you for getting a patch, saying a patch to commemorate seeing Booster and Ship for the first time today, going back tomorrow to see a full stack. I'm sure that's going to be quite the sight there. Thomas saying, you guys need to get some sleep. What is this sleep that you speak of? We don't know what that means, especially come Starship times. Ninja Decimator. Pew, pew, pew. Thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. There it is. Thank you, Kevin. Anonymous getting an item from the shop, saying thanks for keep up the great work, guys. Have all the patches. Look forward to number 9. How many? I'm surprised no one's made any of the Beatles references. Number 9. Andy's dad with a $50 super chat. Goodness gracious, thank you. Saying, when I was a boy, I saw the Gemini, then Apollo missions fly. These flights with SpaceX are every bit as exciting to me. Thank you for your coverage, fellas. Well, thank you very much for watching. Thank you so much for the kind words. It's really appreciated. We're able to do what we do and bring all these views like you see tonight because of that support. So thank you, and I'm glad the excitement is still there, even after all this time. So thank you. And then Thomas saying, keep up the great work, getting an item from the store as well. Thank you. Here's a thought question from MKMK. We've basically asked this after before Flight 7 and before Flight 8, but I'll ask it again now. Cody, I'll start with you. If Flight 9 goes well, do you think there will be a ship catch on Flight 10?
Man, that's a tough one because they have done quite a few operations landing Starship in the Indian Ocean pretty on the dot. I mean, you saw those shots where it was landing almost on top of those cameras. So they've obviously got it pretty dialed in. The question is, do they have it dialed in for V2, right? You have that different forward flap design. You have just a ton of differences between V1 and V2. So I think that they'll probably do one more flight, depending on how on orbit things go, or not on orbit, sorry, in space operations go. Is your relight good, stuff like that. If you get through reentry, I think we'll be seeing Flight 10 not be a ship catch, but I'm pretty confident in Flight 11 afterwards. I just don't know if they'd be immediately comfortable with sending a V2 after just one flight, considering the flight record of V2 so far.
Alex, what do you think?
I personally think we might go to Flight 11, but hey, if they decide to do it in Flight 10, I'm not going to complain. I sort of said yesterday, oh no, please don't do it any earlier. That will be so horrible, right? Like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, just the pace at which SpaceX goes at, I would not be the least bit surprised if we do make it to this point on Flight 9, that they actually get the ship to go all the way through, that we see a catch attempt on Flight 10. I would not be surprised in the least at that. They want to try and move this program forward. I feel like they need to pick up the pace, honestly, to be able to continue to move this program forward if they want to be able to get onto the bigger things like being able to launch more payloads, actual Starlinks, working on the HLS, the Human Landing Services program. I feel like at that point they kind of need to pick up the pace, and if they can get the success on Flight 9 with the ship, why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, once you start reusing ships and you actually get ships back, I don't think we're going to see these large gaps anymore in flight. I mean, because you're getting your hardware back, right? So as long as you're able to verify that everything's good, they're going to really ramp up their flights once they start being able to reuse these things.
Here's one from Misty. And Alex, they're wondering, I've really always wondered this, where are the chopsticks controlled from?
We don't know, and that's probably a very unsatisfactory answer. But I can say, though, that there are multiple places at Starbase where they have, either some control room of sorts, a launch control center, right? The launch control center is at the Ad Astra location. That, I think it's like 10 miles sort of from the launch site to the west. So if you go all the way to the west and you look up the Massey Outpost a little bit to the north, there's like a few buildings and everything. That's where they have the launch control center. But they also have people, back in the day, they used to have them at the Stargate building. That building is no more. So I'm guessing that it is at the new office building at Starbase. They probably gather some extra data. They have more engineers there looking over the data, and also now they have as well their own live stream sort of desk, if you will, right? If only we could do such a thing, because we cannot get anywhere that close. But yeah.
I mean, if someone at SpaceX wants to send us a message on our social channels and hook up for that, always an option. We're on all the big ones: X, Facebook, Instagram. Reach out to us. We're there. And also, while you're there, you can follow us too. Another good thought question as we wait for them to finish the alignment here. Hey, there's our socials on the screen. Here's one from Killer of A23 asking, what comes first? Ship catch or satellite delivery? I'm guessing they mean like actual satellite, regular Starlink, or Starlink test versus the mass simulators on this flight. Cody?
Well, man, I really do think that they're prioritizing reusability here. Starship is a vehicle that is really economical when you're reusing it. So I think before they do any customer payloads, they're gonna go for a ship catch, right? Because we're thinking 10 or 11 is going to be that, and I don't think they're going to go for an operational mission, at least a full orbital operational mission before then.
Alex, you chuckled as well. I want to hear your thought.
Because I was thinking, what if it's all in the same flight? So technically it's sat delivery first and then the catch, but on the same flight. You know what I mean, right? Like, because sat delivery, I'm thinking, for example, Starlink, like actual Starlinks, not Starlink simulators. I don't know, like maybe 2 flights down the line, they go into orbit, they deploy the Starlinks, and then they come around, after one orbit, and then they land with the ship. on the chopsticks. Like that would be very funny if it were on the same flight, but technically the SAT delivery is first just because it's the first thing in the flight, right? That would be quite ironic.
I guess my question from that would be then, can you get operational Starlink satellites in the same inclination that they do test flights for, right? Because on Starlink flights, we see very inclined orbital inclinations there. So do they have enough delta V on those larger V2 Starlink satellites to actually get out to the inclination that they need?
So there are multiple things here. This is probably going to be an epic long answer, so strap in. the thing is Starlink has 3 different orbital inclinations that have been approved. One is at 43-degree inclination, and the other is 53. And those are the ones that we see regularly Falcon 9 launch to, right? But there's a third one that they have never launched to, in all of the Starlink flights so far, and that is 33-degree inclination orbit. And it just so happens that if instead of threading the needle between Cuba and Florida, you thread the needle between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba, you can reach a 33-degree inclination orbit. In fact, recently, a bunch of months ago, I remember reading documentation from SpaceX requesting, essentially saying that they have requested the FAA to have a modification of the inclinations to 32 for certain flight profiles, because that's what they want to do in the future with actual Starlink satellites. Essentially, it's part of a bigger documentation asking the Federal Communications Commission to be able to launch the bigger Starlink V3 satellites on Starship, and they specify that they want to use the 32 now instead of 33-degree inclination shell, essentially, right? And so my suspicion is that they're just going to tweak that orbit, and instead of flying between Florida and Cuba, they're just going to fly between Mexico and Cuba and target that 32-degree inclination. And in that case, you could, in theory, just go back around the globe in one orbit and still be over the launch site. So it should be very interesting. That's my theory, at least, based on on that documentation. We'll see. Just wait a few more flights. I do think that might happen this year, because if they're already finding that documentation, then it's because they're planning to do it very, very soon.
That would be nice to see. Thank you for the Alex answer as well. Gave me a chance to catch my breath there, so it's appreciated. Let me take a second as well. Thanks some people here. Anonymous getting an item from getting the patch from the shop, the Flight 9 patch. Thank you very much for that. Douglas saying good luck for your launch coverage. Love your content. Appreciate that. Randall saying I checked my address so Crispy doesn't have to bail me out again. I am sure that Chris Bergen is very grateful to that, as is our entire shop team. So thank you for double checking your address there. But of course, our team is there to help if needed. Caroline, can't wait for Flight 9. Keep up the great work. Love from Australia. Thank you very much for that. David, Seco or bust, and shout out to Rocket Ranch. See you tomorrow. Nice, a great place to be able to view that. And then Dave, if the ship makes it into the ocean, do you think they would do a virtual catch with Pad B sticks to get a feel for it? I don't even know if Pad B sticks would be ready for that yet, which, really quickly before we get to that, it looks like the Pad A sticks are continuing to lower now, Alex?
Yeah, very slowly, but indeed they are lowering. One of the interesting things I said way back, I don't know how many hours ago, but I said something along the lines of like, one of the key things to know whether they are actually going to be testing the Pad B chopsticks or not will be to see if they go up to the catch position on the second tower, right? At least during the time or close to the launch. For some reason, when I said that, the chopsticks were down, but now they are up at Tower 2, essentially at Pad B's tower. And so, I don't know, like, are they also doing some testing with those? we'll see. We'll see. I might have. I should say though, we have lots of cameras, right? So if they do any sort of testing, we'll definitely have our eyes and our cameras trained on that. There you can see the chopsticks all the way up on the other tower. Drone!
Yeah.
Everybody will now type in chat, drone, drone, drone.
I'm surprised they haven't already, because it's been flying around for quite a bit there now. But yeah, it is definitely on its way down, it looks like, going onto those pins. Also, Andy's dad coming back again with another question here, saying, if this flight is successful, any ideas of the time frame for fuel tanker flights? Cody, what do you think? Is that still a little ways out, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the HLS objectives, right, that NASA has given SpaceX for the Human Landing System's vehicle. That objective being, hey, you need to dock 2 starships together and demonstrate this on-orbit refueling, because that is a huge step towards SpaceX's ambitions of going to the moon and then going to Mars, right? You're going to need this on-orbit capability. So I don't really foresee tanker flights too soon, but it is something I would expect maybe this year, because it is such a key step for the future of this program.
Yeah, and hopefully we get an update on anything HLS related soon. I know Elon has mentioned a talk prior to the flight with some Starship updates, so maybe we'll kind of get an idea of where they're at with HLS testing as well. But also, again, the whole need of Starship to still actually do a full orbital test as well. Which, Alex, when do you think we'll actually get to a full orbital Starship test?
As I was saying before, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 2 or 3 flights down the line. And I guess if they want to catch the ship on the, like, you know, we were sort of saying, oh, maybe they'll try to catch the ship on flight 10. Well, that's got to be orbital, right? Because, you know, there's no catch towers on any other place in the world, at least on the side of the world where the ship is going to, right? When it launches off from Starbase, unless it does some kind of weird boost pack and it flies to Florida or something. I don't know. But even then, those chopsticks are not ready either, so I wouldn't count on that. But yeah, it will have to do a full orbit around the globe. So it could be as soon as flight 10, I guess, for a proper orbit.
Yeah, and again, all of this, we should say, comes with the asterisk and the caveat of pending Flight 9 meeting its objectives.
Exactly.
It's a lot bigger asterisk than it used to be, given everything with Flight 7 and Flight 8.
Many ifs.
Yeah. Seems like they took a little bit of time there to make sure they got the alignment right tonight. But Peter was wondering, Alex, I'm sure you have the numbers on a spreadsheet somewhere. What was the fastest ever stacking?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a spreadsheet for this. I'm mostly sure there's probably other people that do track these things. No, because it's super hard to actually track it, and yeah, it's not as easy as it sounds. Yeah, there's been a lot of stackings and destackings and restackings and restackings.
Yeah,
and then stacks that sort of stop in the air, then go down and go back up again. So yeah.
Sorry, my comment was in jest. You have all the spreadsheets, so, but yeah, it's certainly hard to track there.
Yeah, and my thought went to the rap of Adrian going through everything for, what was that, Booster 7?
Yeah.
Cryo, spin brush. Felt like that with the stacks and destacks too. Let's see. Andrew M. wondering, given the booster will be doing some experiments during descent, do you think we'll get a buoy cam of the splashdown? I mean, that would be pretty cool.
That'd be an awesome view.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have our cameras pointed that way as well during the actual launch day, but Cody, we should still get some great views on this flight.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the views from on top of the Margaritaville from when I was there for Flight 5 was incredible, but also for Flight 6, right? When they had the booster offshore divert. We had some, I believe, we had some good views from on top of the Margaritaville there looking out into the water. So hopefully we'll get some, see some nice views there. Oh, but some not so great views from the Margaritaville right now, as there's a little bit of what looks like fog.
Vandenberg, are we? Yeah. This this is a view from on top of the Margaritaville Hotel! Exclamation point hotel, by the way, if you're looking for a place to stay for these upcoming launches, or if you're just coming to visit Starbase.
Can I make Kevin's eyes itch for a second, remembering something? Do you remember when this was the view at the start of our stakeout streams when they were launching in the morning?
Oh,
Yeah, right?
my eyes are twitching thinking back to that.
I'm just so thankful that they are doing the launches now in the evening. Oh, we have Kevin here. Hi, Kevin.
Hi. I will tell you that a lot of our cameras right now look like this, so that's why we're only using about 3 or 4 cameras right now. It's rough out there. It is so hazy. In fact, we were going to fly the drone from one of our properties where it's totally outside the TFR, and like it made absolutely no sense to do so because you can't see the pad.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a problem when you want to actually see things, is not being able to see things.
So thankfully, Gage and Dee have rolled out and have nice close-up pictures that show us the actual pad.
You know, it's not for being a I don't know what it would be the word for that, but like I wouldn't mind a drone shot from outside the TFR of the full stack at sunrise.
That'd be beautiful, but that means someone has to wake up for sunrise.
Yeah, right.
There's the problem right there.
If only we could have it for the stakeout stream, maybe.
Maybe.
By the way, make sure you set the reminder for those live streams. We do the stakeout stream prior to the launch, and then we also have our launch broadcasts. You can go ahead onto NSF's YouTube channel, and you'll see both of them listed as upcoming live streams. Set the reminder so you know when we go live. You can join us with your questions and celebrate everything leading up to the 9th flight of Starship. How's that, Kevin? Good?
Look at that gap.
Great job. Yeah, I was just about to ask you, Alex, is it down? Or is it?
No,
is there a gap?
It's not fully down, but that gap has been substantially reduced in the last few minutes since, we were sort of talking about the views and whatnot. So speaking of views, the gap has a little bit more, so nice.
Max is yelling, put her down. Put her down.
Lots of ends.
In the back.
Do we want to say why he wants to end this already?
I don't even know what the answer to that is, so...
Oh, the time-lapse thing. Anyways.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Max saying that he's already gone through 2 different camera batteries trying to get this time-lapse, so... I don't blame you there, Max. I don't blame you. I saw someone saying, could they potentially be going slow because of the wind? Because it is a bit on the windy side there. Cody is, I'm sure that's a factor that they look into when they do the stacking, is winds, right?
Yeah, so I saw Max mention in the back channel, it was pretty windy out there. And in the past, we've seen the wind cause a couple little issues during stacking where it's just a little bit harder to align those pins. And we know in the past, crane operations out at Starbase are very wind dependent. So whenever there's high winds here, it's always going to be a little bit more difficult to make sure that these things are exactly aligned. So it might be causing a few issues, just slowing this down ever so slightly. But it does look like they're very close, if not.
I think that's fully down. Now, mind one thing here, which is it's down, but that doesn't mean that it is fully resting on the booster. And there's a trick here, which is the chopsticks at some point need to release the weight of the ship. Just because it's down doesn't mean that weight is resting on the booster. And you might think that's a very nitpicky kind of thing that I'm just saying. But we've seen in the past that when that ship mass has been resting on that booster, the full stack wiggles. So it's not that silly to mention this. So just because it's down, it doesn't mean okay fully. But yeah, they have a few more things to do. And of course, once it's all settled, they're gonna go up. And I don't know if we can maybe go to the previous view. I think that was from trailer. Thank you, Kevin. You can see there on the quick disconnect, they have those sort of valves, all of them closed off with that protective material, that blue protective material. So they're gonna go up. They're gonna remove that. They're gonna connect the umbilical and everything. They're gonna be able to power the ship, pressurize it, etc., etc. So all of those preparations need to take place, and they're probably gonna take place over the next few hours.
I also love seeing the drone maneuvering there. And I think it's worth reminding people, Alex, too, when it comes to what is actually holding this whole stack down on the orbital launch mount itself. What is it?
Yeah, so there are 20 sort of pedestals, right? And each one of them has a clamp that goes over and sort of clamps onto the booster. And so that's where the booster is resting, and the ship rests on the booster, right? At the time of liftoff, though, those clamps are not closed or anything. They actually open wide well before engine ignition. So the way that this thing just lifts off is, they light the engines. It's not at full power when they light those up. And at T0, they commit to a launch by just throttling up those engines. And it lifts off like a second and a half, 2 seconds after T0. But yeah.
So a lot of it is literally just the weight of the vehicle keeping it down.
Yeah, resting on those pedestals, so to speak, yeah.
Yeah, I love that about Starship. Something that massive, and yes, there are, the clamps that you pointed out, but it's basically just, it's super heavy, and it will stay down until the thrust-weight ratio goes above 1.0.
Yep.
Here's one from Sean asking, how can I show you all my 10-foot tall Starship booster and working Mechazilla, all 3D printed and radio controlled? Send that to us on socials. Send it to us, I don't know if you prefer X or tag us on Instagram or Facebook, wherever you have it. Send it to us on the socials. That actually sounds really cool. Love to see that. There they are on the screen as well in the top right corner, so you can send that over to us. Wyatt saying, buy the patch now before it's too late, and put the correct address. Go Flight 9. Again, Chris Bergen and Alex and the store team already cheering, just listening to that. And Anonymous saying, I see patch, I buy patch. Thank you all. Appreciate that. And again, shout out to Jacques for the Flight 9 patch that we have that is absolutely spectacular, honoring the second flight of Booster 14. I know people have said, well, every time that you've put something in the patch, it's been a jinx to it. There is no ship in the patch this time, okay? Ship 35, we've got your back. See? There it is in the stinger, and it's available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com right now for Starship Flight Test number 9.
We went with the safe thing because, a lot of people have said, oh, you jinx this flight.
Yeah.
Because the Flight 8 patch was the Starlink simulators deploying from the ship, and the Flight 7 was the ship sort of lifting off from the pad and everything. That one was fine, but Flight 8 though, we didn't get the deployment. And on Flight 6 it was a catch with the Starhopper in the foreground, and they did not catch on Flight 6.
Exactly. Yep. Not this time, folks. Not this time.
I mean, if they don't do what the patch says, we are in a really, really bad situation here.
I mean, technically they've already done it because the patch just shows it rolling at that point. It doesn't even show the actual launch. So we've already successfully beaten the patch jinx. It's done what was on the patch.
Mission complete. We're done.
Minus the rest of the mission, yes.
Yeah.
Here's one from Cosmos Sim. Not sure if either of you know the answer to this. Cody, I'll throw it to you first. They're saying, since the whole stack is slightly shorter when fully fueled because of the weight, how does the ship quick disconnect stay aligned with the ship?
I mean, with anything working around cryogenics, you're going to have some ability to flex, right? Because, I mean, even ship, not even underweight, but when you have cryogenic propellants flowing through everything, you have to have expansion in mind when engineering these vehicles. So I assume there is probably a little bit of up and down play in that quick disconnect, just to make sure it's ever so much aligned. I'm sure Alex knows that exact thing. Question mark?
Yeah, the quick disconnect port, it also has attachments to be able to like being able to be kept attached to the ship. So when it is loading all of the all of the all of the propellant and everything, the whole thing just can adjust. Like even the umbilical itself can move up and down to sort of find where the port is. I don't think we're gonna stay alive for that today, because that is probably gonna be like an hour or two from now. But yeah, and also I will say it's not just the weight of the whole ship and the booster and whatever, but they also, because they get cold, they also get they sort of also get shorter from that.
Exactly. I guess it's hard to tell at this point now if we know, like you were saying, it looks like it's down, but is there a way to know that the ship has taken the full weight, or?
I will have to look through the footage, which I'm doing right now.
See a little bit of shaking or whatever. And I don't know.
Yeah. There was one time where you could actually hear the ship being settled on the booster. It was like a plunk. Yeah, and the whole thing just wiggled very weirdly. I think it was Flight 2 maybe, or Flight 3. I do remember that was like early on. And woof, yeah. that was bad.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that things shift, but I would not want to be around the vehicle when it's stacking like that, you know? It's just a little scary.
The only flex that we want is the Sawyer flex, even those, Universal Measuring Stick pointing that out in the chat. Sawyer knows all about flexing. What, that I was hanging with former NASA administrator and astronaut Charlie Bolden a couple days ago in New York? No flex.
Wow. Sawyer flex.
Severin was wondering, could falling chunks of ice from the ship during launch hit the booster and cause grid fin or chine damage? This is an interesting question, Cody, because I mean, we see ice fall off all the time. Is that a potential issue for that or no?
Don't really think so. Unless that ice is accelerating at super high velocities, it's just going to break on impact. It's titanium. I'm not sure in this case. I don't believe they're titanium. But the grid fins have to withstand the structural loading of re-entry almost for the booster as long as it comes back. I mean, you see that bottom section glowing. I think that, when we think back to, objects like the space shuttle where you have foam that could damage tiles, we consider the damage that, the spacecraft would cause there a little bit more, but ice has never really been an issue with collisions, especially because any ice that's coming loose, the majority of it's going to happen on liftoff, right, when you're having those maximum vibration forces at first. So I think we're unlikely to see any sort of ice issues puncturing steel there.
Yeah, again, it's usually as it gets higher up and you get those crazy faster speeds, and while you still see some frost on the vehicle, it's definitely not the ice falling off that you see early on with the initial engine ignition. So it doesn't really seem like that's that big of an issue with Starship. It hasn't been an issue with Falcon 9 with anything falling off of the second stage and then hitting any of the grid fins, even though they are folded on Falcon. So I think it would be similar along those lines. I know you're thinking something similar probably to Columbia and the foam impact, but ice and foam, a little bit different, and again, different in that the shuttle was alongside the tank, whereas this is directly on top of, so the angles are a little bit different with that as well.
Right, very different situations there. One more thought I did have, though. On vehicles like the Saturn V, you do have a transition section where you have your cryogenic liquid oxygen on your third stage, and then you have kind of a transition section. So ice would be sliding down and impacting that initially, and I don't think it ever caused issues there. And that would be a more pronounced situation than here on Starship, where the majority of it is the same diameter. So really, in history, we haven't seen any issues with ice impacting the vehicle. So I don't believe we'd see it anywhere here on Starship.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that we really have to worry about with this particular vehicle, but I see where you're coming from with that. Ninja Guy Dan adding, could a dislodged heat shield tile from Starship damage a grid fin or something during ascent, or would they likely be strong enough?
I think they would be strong enough as well in that situation. Although I'm not sure, I've never gotten my hands on a tile, so I don't know their structural properties in reference to super chilled ice. I assume they're a little bit stronger, but I would not foresee it damaging the vehicle too badly.
And again, it's also a matter of, it hitting where it falls off the vehicle, where it hits in particular on it. And you also have multiple grid fins there too, so if one of them takes a tiny bit of damage, it's not the end of the world. Alex, were they at one point even talking about reducing the number of grid fins down to 3?
Yeah, or as Jack calls it, the baby fin.
Yeah. So it's... I think they'd be fine still with just 3 of the grid fins at that point anyway. Let's see. By the way, we got Ryan Hansen Space in chat saying you can hear the staging clamps latch when everything is finally in position. I know that's kind of what you were talking about earlier, Alex, the listening in on that,
right? Come again? Sorry.
I was saying Ryan Hansen Space in chat was saying you can hear the staging clamps latch when everything is finally in position. That's kind of what you were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only problem right now is that I'm hearing a lot of traffic and wind.
Yeah, it is, as we mentioned, quite breezy out there tonight. Definitely on the windier side, definitely on the hazier side. A beautiful night in Starbase, in other words. But yeah, so that might take a little longer just to get the confirmation on that, to hear that. And as pointed out, the wind does like to mess with microphones. Always fun. Let me take a moment. Thanks to people here. Ryan saying, just got home from work. I'm glad I was able to catch the pre-sale on the Flight 9 patch. Thanks, NSF. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. William, go SpaceX, go 14-2, go Ship 35. And then Richard, similar sentiment. Go Ship, go Booster. I like that. David saying, love your coverage. Thank you very much. And Harlan saying, I'm a space fan from way back. Thanks for the great coverage. Appreciate it as well. What were you saying, by the way, Alex, in the back channel? Something about the stabilizer arms there?
Yeah, the pinkies seem to have retracted. The way to notice from this view is that they have a light on them. So when it is close to the ship, the light that shines on the ship is like little tiny small. But now you see a much bigger sort of circle of light on the ship shining on that vehicle. And so you can notice that because of that, it's further away. And there you can see an actual close-up of that. And so full confirmation, the stabilizer arms have opened up.
There we go, folks. We now have a full stack for Flight 9. Hopefully the final full stack ahead of launch, which the window for that opens 43 hours, 38 minutes, and 12 seconds from now. We are that much closer, folks, to another Starship launch.
You know what that means?
Oh, what does that mean?
We start the 43-hour dance party.
Oh! The 43-hour dance party. More dancing, yes! How much longer do we have till we start overwriting on this stream? How much longer can we all dance?
We actually can't go that much longer. We're at 9 hours right now. This has been a 8-hour, 50-minute, and 33-second stream.
I think that's the perfect number to start wrapping things up then, don't you?
I actually agree with you because I am very tired and have a lot of work to do tonight.
Oh, almost like, again, we're less than 2 days away from a launch or something.
I mean, that's always the way it is.
Always more work. By the way, Ninja Decimator, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership as well. Greatly appreciated. Good to see you here and with the team. Alex, thank you for joining for the lift portion here.
And also for the countdown to launch, because I was there too. And the rollout, oh my gosh. Anywho, I also am supposed to be tomorrow's countdown to launch. That's gonna be super fun. Anywho, but yeah, thank you for having me, as always.
You and I are gonna be wide awake for that one, aren't we?
Yep.
Cody, thank you as well for joining here for the lift.
Thank you. I mean, it always gets me so hyped to see the full stack here right before launch. So I'm super excited. I mean, under 2 days here, we're gonna see a launch.
It's Kevin Michael Reed pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, playing the tunes tonight. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, team.
Hey, since you mentioned me, I really want to mention all the people in the background. And I know you were probably going to do that, but I think it's really important that I do. We have so many people out in the field right now, and so many people that are Starbase Live operators that are assisting us as well, because we're deploying a lot more cameras, we're testing new things, we're kind of trying to force our network to break, so it breaks now and it doesn't break on Tuesday. So I want to thank Carson, Chris K, D-Wise, Eric Frazier, Matt, Pizza, Steve, RC Horseman, Tracy. There are so many people. I know there's also, I miss Gage. Gage is no longer in chat. He might have fallen asleep on the side of the road. But thank you to everybody out in the field. And there's even more people flying in tonight who will be out there as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We can't do what we do without all of the people that are out in the field and remotely working on these streams. But we also can't do what we do without your support. And today has been an awesome 9-hour stream of support. Yes, I forgot about John. They're reminding me in the back channel.
Who's John?
Yeah, who's that?
John.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I do want to also really quickly thank some more people before we go with some super chats here. Tony Z, $10 super chat, Godspeed, Ship 14, or Booster 14, I guess they mean, and Ship 35. Kevin K, asking more questions about the entry, catch pin, inclination changes. I'm sure, Alex, you and I can talk about that more during the countdown to launch tomorrow. And Mr. Gamer.io with the start of the Strawberry Cheesecake fundraiser. I guess it's strawberry this time. Anyway, I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host. Don't forget, we have another countdown to launch tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll go through everything you need to know ahead of the 9th flight of Starship. Before we begin our stakeout stream on the 27th, starting at 2:30 p.m. Central Time is when we go live, 3:30 p.m. Eastern for the main launch, and the stakeout stream begins at 8:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We will see you all for all of that. In the meantime, have a great one, everybody.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantic. Water towers fly!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange! Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Look at this! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This is nothing to be exciting and clear, correct?